Hey guys, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you doing today? Hope everybody is having a good afternoon.
Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
Sorry about that. Yeah, today's going to be a live show. I think you're going to like it. Well, I will say this that many people have done various versions of the critique concerning this particular topic in this video. And I think it's a very interesting one. So, though I may be a little late to the party, I think my perspective might be something that you guys will appreciate. Pardon my manners. Welcome to Stage Talk, everyone. I am your host. I'm Lee. Our topic today: why men should never be the submissive in a relationship. And I didn't really see anyone speak about this directly. Some did allude to it, but I want to delve into it a little bit more with regard to some of the things that I picked up on as it pertained to this particular video and story. As I was contemplating the topic for this week earlier, a few days back, initially I thought of using a different title, and I thought of maybe using Don't Be Broken Dusty. But there's already another show on the network with that motto. Shout out to JB. I didn't want to seem as though I was kind of like sniping him for his title. But that does play into this subject matter and the perspective that I want to provide. We all know from back in the day that, during our teenage years, we would sometimes either borrow our dad's car or steal it from time to time, or borrow a friend's car. You take your girl to the movies, and then later, you might go to a park or something like that to try to get in a little smooch. But back then, I mean, this was when you're a teenager. This is teenager stuff. 16, 16, 17 years of age. Maybe 18 or 19. That might be stretching it unless you live out in the country. But definitely, it's not the type of move that a grown man and grown woman, in their mid to early 20s or late 20s going into their 30s, which these individuals look to be mature at that level. Taking a woman to the park to get down definitely is a broken, dusty move. Why do I say that, and how do I know he's broke? And this is going to be a question for the men in the chat. The ladies can participate as well, but primarily the men in the chat. And we'll get into the answers later. I definitely want to check it out. But the question is, how do you know? How do we know this guy is a broken, dusty guy? How do we know he's broke? What I want to highlight is the behavior of submissive men versus men who are not submissive. Successful men are very confident men. And sometimes repeated success over a period of time elevates one's confidence to what some may be termed as arrogance. And arrogance tend to sometimes, in some people's eyes, be looked at as aggression. And I would like to kind of like mention two people that you guys are very familiar with in this space. And it's no shade to any of these guys. I respect them both. You know, I've appeared on their channel from time to time, and I speak to the other guy uh, as well. But I want to cite Anton and Mr. Logic, who I'm sure everyone in this chat is very familiar with. Some people may differ with me as you hear my analysis, but you know, I welcome disagreements. That don't bother me. Just hear me out. What does these two men have in common? They are both very successful. Other men who are successful as well, that may demonstrate a high level of confidence and sometimes arrogance, are usually athletes, rappers, and drug dealers. These are people that we're very familiar with in our community, in the media in which we patronize. So we tend to see that type of behavior in terms of a very confident person or someone who is might be looked at as somewhat very cocky or overconfident. Now, I looked up before this stream, I looked up arrogance. I mean, I knew the meaning, but I wanted to get a more technical dictionary definition. And I like older dictionaries, but I didn't pull out my older paper dictionaries. I just went ahead and took a definition from online. But I was very surprised at the definition they provided. Arrogance, an offensive display of superiority. They gave three: self-importance and overbearing pride. Now, all three of these definitions have a more negative connotation, but arrogance, and I've seen arrogance displayed in many forms, it's not always negative. It's definitely a display of one's superiority. It is definitely a strong sense of self, which, or self confidence within oneself, where some people may classify that as self important. I can get that. Overbearing pride, I can definitely get that, because overbearing pride would be someone who is fully formed in their understanding of things, the world, the way in which they move in it, and the confidence in which they move, to indicate that every step is a sure step. The point I'm trying to make with this communication is that successful people carry themselves with a certain air, an air of confidence. And people who are less successful or less confident usually will display something completely different. You know, you guys see me and you see a mild mannered, direct speaking type of individual. But had you seen me 20 years ago or 30 years ago when I was on Wall Street, I was an arrogant MF. And you either gonna like me, hate me, or want to fight me. And that was pretty much how people read me and dealt with me during those years. And that would be in my mid 30s to 40s and early 50s before I left Wall Street, right? And I say that to contrast the fact that 20 years from now, when Anton is in his mid 60s or early 60s, or likewise Mr. Logic, and I don't know either of their ages, but I'm figuring they're in their late 30s, you will more than likely see their temperament or the temper as it pertains to the arrogant display be tempered, be more milder. It won't show itself as much. But I know you guys, you watch Anton on his millionaire show, and you guys interact with Logic in the chat sometimes, and even on the panels. And one of the things that are very unique to each one of these individuals is the arrogance in which they speak. They speak with a way somewhat where challenge me if you can, but you really can't challenge me. And that comes from repeated success over time in your life. Similarly, let's say billionaires, the way they move. Obviously, we don't have exposure to their day-to-day life, so we don't get to see their interaction. But we do from time to time see them in the public space or sphere. And a lot of times when we see them as more tempered men, reserved men. They do speak with a command way of authority, but they're not overly aggressive in the way in which they communicate. Why is that? Because they fully understand the dynamics of image and how that would be perceived. But one thing I think, if you're aware, that you will see in the way in which these men move is what they do and how they do it. Elon Musk, for example, we know he's an arrogant guy. He's more flamboyant with his arrogance. He wears it somewhat on his sleeves. He speaks with an arrogance, a sense of air. Some people might say entitlement, but more so ownership. Like he owns the space when he steps into the space. He owns the subject when he speaks about a subject. Bill Gates is another guy. He's an individual where you don't really see his arrogance on his sleeve. You don't even see it sometimes in the way in which he speaks. But what you will see it in the way in which they move, the actions and steps that they make. Like Bill Gates has bought up over 200,000 acres of farmland in the United States. And only now, recently, that the Senate wants him to come and explain, what's your intention? Like he moves in a commanding way that even people in authority in government at high levels are hesitant to even bring him before them. They move in a certain decisive way, a very confident way, a very unquestionable, who are you to question me type of manner. These are men who move through the world knowingly. They know the outcome of their steps before they even make it. They like to dominate their environment. And that is an element that you will find that is very observable in nature as well. Some people I've heard say that Anton is obnoxious. Some people I've heard say Mr. Logic is rude and nasty. Or this meaning of that, right? Alluding to it. The reason why these men can behave, talk, act, and live in that purpose, in the way they speak, is because you really can't challenge them. Because they have such a long track record of succeeding that even if you were to challenge them, they would crush you like a bug. And most people that attain high level of success throughout their lives and particularly economic success, they tend to display these characters. One of the things, and I'm not sure how many guys in this chat makes around 50,000 and how many make 90,000 or in that range. But if you can recall how you moved, behaved, walked, and talked when you were at that 45, 48, 50,000, $52,000 a year income bracket, and how you move differently when you hit that 90,000, or even if you cross the threshold of 100,000, how you move. I think it's something that comes across in the way you walk, the way you talk, what you wear. No different than, let's say, if you've ever observed a lion walking through the jungle, right? He's got a stride about him that is, I own this. It is so confident that there's nothing he's afraid of. It's just a really boldness, confident, arrogant way of being. It's not rude, it's success. It's the smell of success. Now, let me pause here for a second because I want to bring something up in the chat. I mean, in the on the screen. I want to begin the video, and I'm going to go through it little by little and discuss a few things that's observable to me. Bear with me a minute, everyone. Can you guys see the screen? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see the screen. You can't see it? How about now? Can you guys see it? Okay, I see Rob, Vicky, Lauren, 0. Okay, some people are seeing it and others are not. Cannot. That's a no, no. Okay, what's going on? All right, I'll close the screen and then try to reopen it again. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute, guys. Okay, so you guys can see me, but you can't see the screen. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay, so you guys can see me, but you can't see the screen. Give me a sec. Okay. Bear with me a moment. Bear with me a moment. Okay, I've got echo. Hold on. Okay, I've got echo. Hold on. I apologize. Give me a second. Let me see if I can do this again. Okay, let's see. Okay, where's that link? Okay, what's going on here? Sorry about this, guys. Let me. Okay, let me try something else. Hold on. Okay, I'm having a problem. StreamYard. Okay. Give me one more minute. Okay, let's see. I've got a video loaded. Let me see if I can share it now. I apologize for the delay. Let me know when you can see it. Are you guys able to see it? Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you guys can see it. Let me see on my phone. Okay, that should be a yes because I can see it on my screen. Okay, I'll start the video because I can see it on my screen. Okay, let's go. All right, so this is the beginning of the video. And you see them getting their documents ready. Look at the posture of the brother.
All right, just stand by. I'll be right back with you.
I want you guys to focus in on the brother. I'm not going to be criticizing the female simply because I may point out a few things, but I want to focus on the brother. I think a lot of guys have already done this video. I spoke about it.
Sir, like I
And
explained
they have
to you,
definitely gotten
you can't be in the
into.
park at night. Ever just gonna receive a simple ticket stating that you was in the park at the hour. All right, need you to sign right on the X.
So the cop is explaining to him, obviously, why they're getting the ticket. He says, okay. He's going to proceed to find out what are his options concerning the ticket. Now look at the sister in the background and watch her body posture. Is that a body posture of a submissive person or an aggressive person?
What am I signing over? Is it a charge or anything, or is it
It's
just
just a ticket.
and I have to sign it?
You can not sign and go to jail. It's this one here. This one here. This one.
He goes ahead.
So that's it.
Let me just stop the video. Now we all see he goes ahead and he signs the ticket. No issue there.
Copy of citation. Just need to sign right here on the X.
But
Okay, I just want to bring it. He calls her over. He calls her twice before she make her initial move. That's an air of arrogance, confidence. Now, there's some confidence that are built upon substance, and there's some confidence that aren't built upon anything. It's just fabricated.
All right, so you're gonna receive a ticket for being in the park after hours. All right, just need to sign right here on the X.
but because we're out of, didn't you say we were out of time, so we wouldn't have known that?
Yeah, but that's not a valid reason why.
Okay, I want to stop the video right there for the moment. I want to bring it back on me. Now, she said something that was pretty interesting. She asked the officer, didn't he initially tell them that they didn't know the hour that they can be in the park? The problem with that is that if you live in the United States, especially if you grew up in the United States, you know every city park has a closing time. In New York, it's 10 o'clock. Some states, it's 8 or 9. In Atlanta, obviously, it's very late, 11 o'clock. So she's really trying to play ignorance. And one of the things I think is that when you're dealing with confidence, authority, there's no room for ignorance. Now, one of the things that I really want to address with regard to this video is throughout the video, the brother's posture. Let me go back and load it. Okay. Where's the brother's eyes? Look at his eyes. She's looking directly at the cop. Where's the brother's eyes? He's giving her the side eye. Why? Because he knows when she's provoked or challenged how she behaves. She knows it because if he's been with her for any length of time, he knows how he gets checked when he speaks up. And one of the things about men who are confident, and even men who have an air of arrogance about them, is that they're very quick on their feet. They can assess a situation 10 miles away. They see it coming. They know the first move to the last move that they're going to make before the encounter takes place. He's looking at her with the side eye because he's trying to do the Jada Pinkett with Will. But in this case, he's trying to get her to cool out. Don't make that move. Don't do that. But he's not going to open up his mouth. The reason he can't open up his mouth is because in the dynamic of that relationship, he is the submissive. She is the aggressor. She is the dominant. She is the confident one, which means more than likely she makes a hell of a lot more money than he does, which puts him in a position where he can't say anything. So what I want to focus on in this particular video, like I said, is the man, not the woman. I think many of us already, in terms of content creators, have fully dissected the sister and where she went wrong. But since, one moment. Since Sage Talk is really about focusing on men, this video can be used as a how-to or how not to, right? Kevin Samuels have mentioned many times about high value men. And many women say night after night on his show, and even since he's passed on, that they want a man making six figures. Some more than 100,000, some even greater. 500,000 or more, 300,000-400,000. The problem is, like Kevin had said, many women don't qualify for a man like that. What do I mean by that when I say don't qualify? There are several criteria. One, these men work an exhaustive amount of hours, 72 to 80 hours a week, double what the average person might do in their 5-day week. They're usually men that are driven, they're focused, they don't like to be questioned, and living with them is like being around, like living with a god. I'm sure many of you have heard the term God complex. Men that are driven like this, men that are highly successful, their word is final. That's what I mean by living with them or being around them is like living with a god. Their word is final. They don't like to be questioned. They come across as though they know everything. The reason for that is because they're usually well studied. They know many subjects, and their specialty they know in depth. Men who are confident to the point where they come across as arrogant, most times they're very dominant. They control everything in their environment. People, animals, subordinates of all stripes, and definitely the woman in their life. They control that too. And this woman, particularly, she couldn't deal with a man that have that level of authority because she would not want to submit herself to that. And many women, why Kevin said don't qualify for a man like that, because the rigidness of a man like that, they could be fluid too. But when I say the rigidness, it's that they always know what it is that they want. And when they go after something, they go after it unshakably. And 9 times out of 10, they succeed. So when they're dealing with in a relationship, they get to the shit and they cut it short. They don't allow things to, how can I say, just go on its own course, unchecked, without restraint, because they already know the outcome. Now, I don't know if what the relationship this brother had with the woman, if that's his wife, if it's his girl, or they were just hanging out. But in all honesty, why I say that he has no confidence is because he has no authority over her. Zero. He did not open up his mouth once. That's a submissive man. Even a reckless guy around the way would speak up. It's obvious that she had all the power until she didn't. Any man with authority would have told her, shut the F up, sign the paper. Let's get out of here. Don't make a scene. But women who want to be like in that boss chick type of mood, type of behavior, tend to want to be the masculine in the relationship. When you're the dominant in a relationship, the only type of man you can have would be a submissive man. So don't expect a submissive man to protect you in times where you need to be protected. They've never built up the tenacity to be able to do it. Now, don't get me wrong. Black men are good at providing short-term protection to the women they're in a relationship with, or their sisters or their mom, or in general, when they believe a woman is being accosted by a man. And I'm speaking particularly black men. They are capable of providing what I call short-term protection, which is like jumping on the grenade, like you do in the military to save your platoon. You'll get blown up and everybody else will live. And I'm speaking allegorically. What I mean is that they know how to either get killed or go to jail. They sacrifice their life one way or the other. They either get killed or they go to jail. That's short-term protection. Because yes, the woman is safe for now. But now you're locked away doing 10 to 20 on a manslaughter charge, or you're 6 feet under. How are you going to protect her? Men who are successful, men who are confident, men who are even at times arrogant, not false arrogance, but arrogance earned over time through continued success and self-confidence that manifests itself, where some people will say, he's an arrogant MF. I don't like him, but always usually followed by a but. These guys understand that protection is a long-term thing. Provision is a long-term thing. It's a life investment. And I think also what women who, how can I say, women who want to be the boss chick, who want to be in control of the relationship, probably because their economics put them in a position to be able to dictate what outcomes they want in a relationship, they could never fulfill the protection piece. They're totally incapable of providing any form of protection for themselves and for those who may be vulnerable around them. As men, we know that there are different levels of protection. Women don't understand that. The level of protection that was necessary in that event is compliance. Avoid confrontation where you know the outcome is not something you can control. But most women can't do that. They don't understand that. Why? Because there's always a man that's going to come to their rescue. There's going to be some simp, or if the police is not the person in front of you creating the situation, you can always dial 911 and get a cop to come and fix your situation. However, with men, we understand that a situation can go from 0 to 100 in a heartbeat. The wrong body posture, the wrong look, the wrong stance, your verbiage, all of these things can immediately change a situation from 0 to 100. And after that, if it's a fight, you're lucky. You get to go home. If it escalates beyond that, somebody is not going home. Or at best, you end up in the emergency ward. But women don't understand this type of situation. Men are able to read how things can escalate before it does and take steps to make sure the situation don't escalate beyond their control. I'm going to drop the link right now because I want everybody in the chat to be able to come on up once I open it up to the panel. Give me a second here. Let me drop the chat. Let me drop the link. Oh, okay. I see HR is already dropping the link. That's cool. All right, perfect. Like I was saying, there are many different forms of protection. Sometimes avoiding the confrontation can be the best form of protection a woman can get, or yourself. How many times have we seen a situation where a man is trying to diffuse a situation in a confrontation with another man, or sometimes more than one, and his woman is behind him yelling and screaming and pointing over his shoulder, instigating the situation, not understanding how that situation could go left in a split second and somebody can end up dead. Both, or he might have to take somebody out to protect himself. This is a real situation. And why do I say that it's important for you as a man to build your money up? because as you become more economically successful, your confidence increase. I'm not saying that men who make 50,000 aren't confident. That is not what I'm saying. There are pookies in the hood that are confident, but their confidence is based on something, maybe based on how many women they can slay. Drug dealers may be confident in how much money they can hustle and make and how many bodies they can take out from confrontation. But the confidence comes from a place that's real in the world, where men who are submissive, they have no other choice. They have become submissive to gain what they want out of life. I'll ask another question also. Who can tell me the number one option that brother could have taken to avoid this entire situation? And I'll look in the chat and see who can post the response first. What could that brother have done to avoid that entire situation? Anyone? Primarily to the men. If the ladies know, sure, your commentary is welcome. Okay, the joyous black women. That's it right there. Go to a hotel. Grown ass people don't go to the park to smooch. That's broke and dusty. Go into the park after dark to get down in the back of your car is not what grown people do. That's for kids. That's teenage behavior. Stop being cheap. And that's why I said that on my last show last week. Stop being cheap. Don't worry about somebody labeling you as tricking. If he would have went to a hotel, he would have totally avoided that. Could have had a good time with his lady. The next morning, he could have had a continental breakfast. They could have bounced by before checkout time, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. He embarrassed himself. He embarrassed his lady. And he almost got both of them hurt. Now, before I close out, I want to drop a last comment. If you want to be successful, let's say if you're the age between 18 and 22, if you want to become successful, the first thing I think you have to do, move out of your neighborhood, wherever it is. I mean, if you're living with your parents and you can't afford to move out, look for a way to alleviate that situation as soon as possible. Because a man have to be able to, one, stand on his own 2 feet. That's the first thing. I remember when my first year out of high school and I went to college, my first year in college, at least 2 or 3 times a week, my buddies would call me up while I'm studying, like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. They want me to come and hang out. Yo, Lee, we got some girls at the house. Back then, the key smoke was Buddha. Yo, we got some Buddha. We got Thai stick. We got champagne. Because usually the ladies like the softer drink, champagne. And sometimes I did capitulate. And I did go. But I know if I wanted to succeed, if I wanted to be successful, I couldn't let my friends' influence overpower me. They thought that was cool because it was things that we did in the past. Your young life when you're in high school is a different life than when you graduate. You're considered a man at that point. So I moved out the neighborhood. I moved to Brooklyn where nobody knew me and I knew no one. I rented a house. and I pursued my dreams. Got good grades, and when I left college, my second job was a good job. My first job wasn't so much, but my second job was a good job. And I think you have to be able to cut off friends, cut off family. You have to be like a racehorse. Why do you think they put those blinders on the racehorse? To prevent them from being distracted from the rider and the next horse right next to them. Because you want that horse to be focused on what's ahead. And that's how you as a man got to be. You have to be focused on what's ahead of you, not what's to the left or to the right, and definitely not what's behind you. And that takes an air of confidence. Now, before I made that move, because I was at a young age, I had that air of confidence and arrogance even before I became financially successful. I just used to move that way. I told my mom, you got to move out this neighborhood. At the time, my sister was 12, making 13. And I was like, she's not going to get hooked up with none of these drug dealers. That is not going to happen. None of my friends or no one else from the neighborhood. And my mom listened to me. She moved to California with her family out there. My mother's side of the family is in California. So she moved out there. And after she moved, I closed out her lease with the apartment, and I moved out a month later. And I think as a man, as a young man, you have to be able to be decisive in your own life. You can't let things happen to you by chance. You have to learn to be able to read situations ahead of time before they arrive on the spot. And if for whatever reason you missed the ability to see the situation coming and it catches you from out of left field, be quick on your feet. Now, I took down 10 characteristics or traits of confident men. I'm going to read them off. And as you brothers come up, let me know which of these traits you have. It could be more than one. Now, they're not in any specific order. I just jot them down. And there were more than 10, but I thought these 10 exemplified what a confident man should look like. The first one was they don't seek approval from others. I see that a lot in this space. Guys want to be approved by other guys, and they also want to be approved by females. They are decisive. They're not questionable about what they're going to do. They don't need someone else's opinion unless they're making an investment of some sort and they want to get a professional opinion before they make the decision to pull the trigger. But they already know what it is that they're going to do. They've made that decision already. They recognize when they make a mistake. They're not so self-absorbed that they're unable to do that. They don't worry about things that are outside of their control. I hear that a lot in this space. Guys are always talking about things that they can't control. A woman. You can't control a woman, man. A woman needs to submit herself to you. That's what the submission part is about. When she submits herself to you, whatever you tell her, she will follow. But you can't make her. And those of you who do make the woman do something, it's probably because she's young and she hasn't found herself yet. But once she finds herself, she gonna buck. And if you're just flowing from a dominance won't hold a woman in check all the time. You have to have a strong sense of confidence, and you have to be able to show her in your life where you're going. If she wants to have a certain quality of life, she got to submit herself to you 100%. And a lot of women wrestle with that because they don't trust black men, and that's basic. But you see, other races don't have the distrust of black men. So usually when they get with a black man, and I'm not saying all the time, usually when they get with a black man, things move well because they're already raised and trained with regarding submission and submitting to the man, whether he's black, white, Latino, Arab, Asian, from India to Eastern China, wherever. They persevere, meaning they don't quit. If you find a guy that's a quitter, he lacks serious traits as it pertains to being confident. He just don't have the ability. He doubts himself. He doesn't have tenacity. He doesn't have fortitude. Number 6, they're not easily offended. Guys who are confident, very little you say would ever offend them. They just brush it right off. Don't bother them at all. Women get up in their emotions. Men who are successful and confident, they're not in their emotions because they're usually like that show Shark Tank. These are the kinds of guys that they deal with. Their life exists among sharks. Can't be timid in that environment. Number 7, their focus on their strengths. The things that they know that they can do, they focus on that. They utilize those skills and expertise, and they move straight forward. That's what makes them also decisive. Number 8, they take initiative, which is what that brother did not do. They take initiative. Number 9, they speak with authority, a quality that I've always had from I was a young boy. Speaking with authority. It's a sense of air. It's a sense of confidence. It's a sense of knowing. And there is no doubt behind it. And lastly, they are responsible. Meaning the buck stops with them. They're extremely confident. Now, when you come up, definitely whatever comments you might have about the video itself, and keep your comments with regard to the man. And because I didn't have the video set up right, and I'm still learning how to share, I didn't go into more things because I could have gone through more about the video. But at the end of the video, you notice he had all kind of conversations and smoke for the officers at the end. But he said nothing, not one mumbling word to the woman, because they're trained this way. They would be a simp, they would fall on the grenade, they would take a bullet for the woman, but they would never check her before it even gets to the point of taking a bullet. They don't understand that. So I'm going to bring up Eugene. I'm not familiar with KP. KP, you got to put yourself on camera. Okay, cool. I'm going to bring you up as well. I'm going to bring all 3 of you brothers up. Let's get the conversation started. Eugene, good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to Sage Talk. Talk to me.
How you doing, Lee?
I'm doing good.
Okay. First of all, about men being submissive. God in the Bible made it very clear what our roles were. He made it clear who should be submissive. It says for the woman to be submissive, not us. Okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Remember, man did not define those roles. God did. Okay? For what I saw in that video, and I've seen this video before.
Right.
Okay, but you have touched on some things at the end, because I didn't see the end of it, about the man trying to defend the woman against the cop instead of telling her, look, let's just sign the ticket and get out of here. Okay, because right now you are making the scene for both of us. Okay, that is not being a man as God defined. Not at all.
Absolutely.
Also, and there was another situation. I don't know if you heard of this or not. It's about a bag of chips, right?
About what?
A bag of chips at a
Okay.
convenience store.
Right,
Um,
right.
a woman was arguing with
The owner of the business.
yeah, about the bag of chips. And somebody made a point about the man, intervening. Instead of asking him what's going on, and let me pay for the chips, right? He decided, he wants to be, this macho man, and try to argue the owner down. But then you knew the result of it, didn't you?
Well, that's why I said most black men, what they do is short-term protection. They know how to fall on the grenade. So
Exactly.
if that's his wife or a long-term girlfriend and she has his kids, she's got no protection now. He's in the grave.
Right.
She got to go seek out another man to get that protection.
And I'm
See, as
pretty
black
sure.
men, we're very good at short-term protecting and short-term providing. And the thing is that we don't check the women because they're afraid. They're afraid that they may lose her. If you're a man and you're afraid of losing a woman, you're a woman yourself. You're not a man. Because back in the day, old folks used to say, when you were growing up as a young boy, there are many fishes in the sea. You can throw that one back. But you see, if you're not confident in yourself to be able to get one, whatever one you get, you feel you're lucky to have. So you capitulate. You hold back your pride. You hold back what is good sense and wisdom, and you don't say nothing because you don't want to offend her. Because when she's offended, her wrath is something that you can't deal with. Thus, weak men. And one of the things that I think that I didn't get a chance to really show in the video, but it was the arrest part while he was trying to subdue this woman. And I think, and I'm not sure if Nathan Daly, if he's watching the show today, but he may be able to comment on this or anyone else who may be an officer. When you by yourself like that and you've got two people to deal with and one is not under arrest, he should have secured that man. He definitely should have put that man in cuffs while he secured that woman. He never searched them. He doesn't know if they have a weapon. He never searched the car. He doesn't know if there's a weapon in that car. And while he's on the ground wrestling around with this chick, another type of dude, a street dude, he doesn't come across as being a street dude because he wasn't boastfully arrogant or kind of like belligerent. He was very soft-spoken, quiet type of guy. But another type of man could have reached down in the back of his pants or in his ankle and popped that cop and bounce. So I'm sure when his superiors review that video, if they don't have those procedures in place, they're going to do it because he put himself at risk, sure enough. KP, not sure if you've been up here
Can you hear
before
me?
on Sage Talk. Yeah, I can hear you clear. But welcome to the
Yes.
conversation, brother. Oh, one other thing before I bring you in. Eugene, which of the 10 traits of confidence would you say you possess? And it could be more than one.
Well, I know the first one: do not seek approval from others. I
Okay.
wasn't the type of person who's looking to get validation, from others. I forgot what the others were.
Well, the others was decisiveness, recognizing your error or mistake.
Mhm.
Don't worry about things out of your control. Perseverance,
Yep.
not easily offended,
Yep.
focusing on your strength, the
Mhm.
things that you're good at, taking the initiative, speaking with authority, and being responsible.
And basically all of it, because all those things talks about you. Okay, you're focusing on you. You don't let anybody else influence you. So yeah,
Well,
all those
give
10
me,
things
give
are
me,
related.
give me the top three that you say represent you. Very few men will have all, but some will. But
Well,
give me the top three that you would say represent you as a whole.
okay, don't seek approval from others.
Okay.
That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, being decisive. This is
Okay.
something I've gained. And um, the third one, again, can you say it one more time? Because I'm sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, it was a lot fast. It went pretty fast, Mr. Lee. So I don't remember about it.
recognizing your mistakes, not a problem. Don't worry
Yeah,
about things outside of your control. The ability to persevere, not easily offended, focusing on your strength. You said taking the initiative already, right?
where I said
Taking your initiative,
yeah,
uh, speaking with authority and responsible. So you said decisive and
decisive.
not
Don't seek
seeking
approval
approval
from
from
others.
others. Okay.
And yeah, and I know it's I had to go through that when I was going through my doctorate. Work through adversity. Is that right? You
Say
said something
again.
about adversity. Adversity.
Adversity.
Yeah.
No, I
Is
didn't
that?
say adversity. I said
I think he said
perseverance.
perseverance. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
perseverance. Yeah, that's my third one. Because
Okay.
let me tell you,
Perseverance.
yeah, perseverance. I had to
All
deal with.
very good characteristics to have. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Doubling back. KP, how are you, sir?
I am well. I am well. Thanks for having me up, Mr. Lee,
Not a problem.
and the
Appreciate it.
panel.
Welcome. Welcome. So talk to me. Go ahead.
In the video, what I see is it's a lot of times we always ask for these things and we get them. So we have an officer that represents us, looks like us. He's given us a fair shot of what it looks like to be an officer. I have a cousin that's a police officer, and the officer is giving them leniency, all the while giving himself an opportunity to be killed himself. And
Absolutely.
our people have a way of looking at this as if he's using excessive force when he's not.
He's not. You're absolutely
One, he
right.
did not contain the situation at all. He allowed the woman to go all the way to the car and come back. She could have went and got a gun, shot him, and it would have been on video. That could have happened. Now, after all of this happens, now this is going to turn into social justice warriorism on 10. And
Absolutely.
now everybody's going to say he had excessive force, because I've been seeing this going up and down the Instagram timeline. Excessive
Right.
force, this, that, and the third. And a black man is standing there looking at another black man, respecting him enough to sign the ticket and not do anything. But his gynocracy program in 101 came out when she starts to get arrested. Instead of him telling her to sign the ticket, he goes off on the cop for doing his job. And after he does that, he starts to ask for sympathy for her for disobedience that she's displaying in front of him. And all the lip that she's giving the cop with a gun. They have no gun. She's giving the cop with a gun that much lip. So I can only imagine what lip she's giving him without a gun.
And this is what shows you that women don't understand danger in their presence. Can't hear you. You went offline.
Yeah, I just put it on mute because I was letting you talk. I was letting you talk.
Sure. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. So because she doesn't understand true authority and she's got a false sense of confidence, she believed that she was on an equal playing field with that officer, when by far she was not. That officer had the authority of the state, and he's got the power to take a life.
Yes, he
But
does.
because as a woman, when she runs into confrontation, there's always someone who will come to her aid. she has a false sense of her own confidence that she believes she have. And as soon as authority is exercised on her, she loses all composure. She curled up and cried like a baby. Now, we know that was a performance, but she was pulling out all the things that she know from her past experience that work on Black men. And there was not a single moment where that brother looked to check her to even protect her from herself. Because he's such a submissive man. He's been trained that way, not just by her.
Yeah, he's been trained.
He's been trained by
he's
his
been trained
mother,
by the family. Yes.
by family, absolutely. He's
Yes,
been trained
very
by
well
family.
trained. Very well trained. And it's devastating to see because it also showed you the lack of respect for a public servant that we say we want to represent us. Because if we flip that automatically, we flip that to another nationality of an officer, he's not going to treat her as well. More likely than not.
Absolutely not.
So
If
he
you look at
gives
the body language. You're right. If you look at the body language, she asked him, "What's your badge number?" and immediately made a 180-degree turn, walked away. That's an air of arrogance
and
So
disrespect.
she was demonstrating a false sense of confidence coupled with arrogance in the presence of an authority that is greater than hers. Like you said, another nationality of an officer would at least possibly tased her because the way she walked away was angrily.
And
She doesn't know if
aggressively.
there's anything in that car, and she was approaching the glove box size, so she could have been going to the glove box to snatch something out. She didn't say, "Officer, I'm going to get my pen. I want to write this information down," or "I'm going to get my phone. I want to make notes." She didn't give him a reason why she stepped off. She just arrogantly turned her back and walked away. Another officer of a different persuasion, she could have been shot in the back or she could have been tased. And that would have been the best situation had she been tased. But these are the things where I think as men with confidence, men who are successful, men that makes over $100,000 a year are very aware of their surroundings because it takes a Herculean effort to build yourself up as a man to get to the production levels to hit those numbers. Anything else you want to add, KP? Definitely, I'd like to hear your top 3 also on the traits
The
of
top 10.
confidence. Yeah.
Decisiveness. I think it was perseverance, decisiveness, and not caring about the crowd. I think that's you said something similar to
not
that.
Caring about other people's
opinion. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think those are the things. And I would say this: if we continue to go down this path where it's okay for the women to disrespect officers that look like them, respect the officers that look like them is going to show the other officers that it's okay to treat them like the men that they act like they want to be. And once they are getting like that, then they cannot ask for protection from the other men that have their women under control and a positive outlook when they deal with police officers and other officers of authority.
Well, you know what? That's a good point because what it does is that it reinforces the way non-Black officers treat Black people. Because she was so disrespectful in the face of what anyone would say. That's a good cop. Hands down. I mean, he could have easily.
I would say this, Lee.
He could have swept her feet from underneath her, took her down hard, slammed her face to the ground, knocked out some teeth. Her face would have been bloody, handcuffed her or tased her, and then put the cuff on her. And everybody would be saying, you know, he was a bad cop. He's overly excessive in his violence. But the thing is, she's a grown woman. She's resisting. And when you cock your wrist, your elbow at 90 degrees, it's very difficult to unlock it. They teach you that in early defense courses, how to avoid certain, get into certain situations where just lock your arm at 90 degrees and it's very hard for somebody to remove it from that. You notice that with little babies. Little
Yep.
babies hold something real tight. You could damn near
Mhm.
pick them up by the thing they're
And they
holding
still
on
hold
to.
it.
They
Yep.
got that lock grip.
Yep.
And the only way he could have really avoided that was to dislocate her shoulder or break her arm.
Mhm.
And that would have been, people would have said that was excessive as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Trigger Mike, what's going on, brother? Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you?
Talk to me.
Okay, so I took notes on what you were saying. That video, I mean, I watched.
Your mic is low. Speak up a little bit. Oh, actually, it's mine. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I watched the video. I think last week, and I was really disappointed, but not surprised. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. Everything that y'all were saying is basically how I feel about that particular
True.
situation. I thought it was completely unsafe. I broke it down tactically, right? So I
Right.
moonlight as a firearms instructor. I teach people how to get and keep the tactical advantage and all of that. And I'm sitting here like, ooh, he let her go back to the car. Oh man. So he showed all types of leniency in that to get the stamp of good cop, and that he wasn't threatened by them and to use excessive force. So I like the way that situation was set up that way. Now, as far as that man is concerned, let me just start by saying my wife wouldn't act like that. And the reason being is she would have never got a chance to. That woman's actions show her complete disregard for male authority.
Absolutely.
And the issue is that if I was with a woman, maybe a colleague or something, that started behaving like that, internally I would realize you are no match for this man, and I am with you. So at some point, you're making this a dangerous situation. So, the man should have took control and told her that's not how this is going down at all. Letting her spout off at the mouth and do all of that. Men need to recognize you just put me in a dangerous situation, because I'm not gonna confront a cop on your behalf. Like, I wouldn't even do that. If you don't see me acting that way, if I'm able to keep my composure, yes, so nurse, no, sir, you stand behind me and do exactly as I'm doing. So I thought that situation was disgraceful in itself. It's also kind of a blessing, because we need evidence in our community of people doing just that. No, people behave as if they have no filter, or they believe that everything that women
No
do,
self-control.
no self-control. But as people mature and watch those type of videos over and over, and it has to resonate with you that, damn, she was wrong, and she was really wrong. What else did I say? So I think that some black women, like that woman in general, believe that black men. So I could imagine her having a conversation with him later, that you weren't there for me, you didn't stick up for me. And I feel like that is the type of mess we're dealing with today, that black women believe that black men are supposed to go along with all of their BS.
With whatever they say.
With
Absolutely.
whatever they say. And that is a true sign of weakness on the men's part. I would never in my life let a woman put me in a situation like that. You can't even take this man. And for some reason, maybe it's because I'm here, that you think you can mouth off to an authority figure. That complete, blatant disregard for respect and authority is probably, I would say, the key issue that I've seen. And I think it's disgraceful. I think, that whole SYSBM movement, just put that in a queue of videos for black men to just go their own way if they're dealing with women that don't want to behave, respectfully and cooperatively.
It's funny you say that too, because, and I've said it on more than one occasion in my streams, that a woman that's loudmouth and disrespectful, those are deal breakers for me. The first time she make that display, if you're dating, getting to know each other, if she make that display, you got to cut her loose.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
I've encountered women who behave like that. And in New York, you don't really have to own a car if you don't have to. And I own several cars, but when I was dating her, I didn't have one. I just got up, walked out the restaurant, and jumped in a taxi and bounced. She was calling me where I'm at. I said, I'm going home. She asked me what I do. I said, you need to figure it out because I already told you I don't accept these type of behavior. And the thing
Absolutely.
is, when you remove yourself from that type of behavior, the woman already gets checked. She's going to come up with a reason in her mind to justify that you're an a-hole or whatever.
Mhm.
But that's why she will have to deal with a certain class of men, because men that reach that high value economics stratosphere, they're way too disciplined.
Yep.
And they require a lot from a woman. And because they give a lot in a relationship.
Mhm.
And if you can't be with a man that's working 72 hours, I know, because I've had my girlfriend tell me, I don't see you. I'm like, you see me when I get home? Some women can't deal with that when a man is working 72, 80 hours a week.
Mhm.
They see you leaving and they see you when you come home and they're just about to hit the bed. You might have to be on a grind like that for a while. And she got to fit in and get her time when she could get her time. You can't stop your progress up that mountain to cater to her sensibilities, because the woman is supposed to serve you. You're not supposed to serve her. And I think today, a lot of women are not familiar with that understanding, that mindset.
Absolutely.
Particularly black women. They don't think they should serve a black man at all. Did you
Yeah.
give me your three?
I did, and I just wanted to say, I don't know if you had spoken on this or not, but when we talk about, lack of respect for authority and all of that, and I realized that on her behalf, on that particular woman in question, it was fake. It was false.
Right.
In
It
the
was
middle of
all.
her getting,
It
yeah,
was all just to try to get out of the ticket, or
exactly.
try
Because
to
what
get
was
out of
she
being
saying when
arrested.
she was getting subdued?
Once she
When it got
realized that,
real. Mm-hmm.
right. And that's the thing. She thought her mouth can get her out of that situation. And I think what black women need to take away from this particular encounter with this video is that your mouth is not going to take you out of certain situations, especially when you're dealing with decisive men who have actual authority and not men who posture as though they have authority.
Yep.
Dirty Cousin Podcast. Jay, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. What's
How's
up,
it going,
brother?
Mr. Lee? How's it going?
Doing well, doing well. So tell me, with regard to submissive men and this brother's behavior, what's your comment?
When I saw the video, that was the first thing that really popped out to me, was the way he just let the woman just talk to the cop any way. As a man, as a man, she's not able to be a force to that cop. You need to, as a man, take responsibility for that. I don't care if that's not your girl or your girl, anybody. I've had situations where I was with a woman, we got stopped by a cop. He asked for ID, identification, all that, and I told her, let me handle it. Let me handle it, because the thing is, when you open your mouth and say something that cop may not like, it may end up bad. And the second thing is, when she went back to the car, I'm like, what is he doing? He should have told her, don't go back to the car, because you don't know
The
that
thing
cop.
is, another cop would have just said, halt, don't move, I will shoot.
Yeah.
That's what a different type of cop would have done. And she would have got, at best, tased in the back. 1,500 volts flying through your body, you'll be pissing and shitting on yourself.
Face down.
Yeah, I mean that's the first thing I thought. I'm like, he could have pulled out his gun, he could have pulled out a taser, but at the end of the day, now you want to talk when they got on the paddy wagon. Now you want to start talking mess. You want to start talking mess. You weren't talking all that mess before, but then when they got on the paddy wagon, you want to start talking mess. And that's all I really have to say about that. the three different
your three
yeah.
character traits of a confident man.
The first thing is responsibility.
Okay.
My brother, God rest his soul, he was 10 years older than me. I didn't really have my father in my life, but I had my brother in my life. And he told me the
Okay.
first thing, you got to be responsible. You got to be responsible for your actions, responsible for what you do in your life, and also be
what you
responsible
say.
in what you say, and also be responsible for who you have around you as a person.
Right.
I'm not easily offended. I come on these podcasts and people will say jokes about me, say things about me, how I look, how I talk, and I'm not easily offended by that, because at the end of the day, you're on a keyboard. You're on the keyboard. You won't come on these podcasts. They won't come on your show, Mr. Lee, and say things, but they'll say things behind the keyboard. I'm not easily offended by what people say. And perseverance, that's the third one. Just my life, I've been through a lot. I persevered and I'm still here. I'm 43 years old, single, no kids, got my own photography business, and
Okay.
I'm doing my thing.
Awesome. Hank, good afternoon, brother. How are you?
What's
You
going
got up
on,
here
big brother?
before you got up here before the end of the show this week, I see.
Yeah, that was a must. But I'm
Okay.
still
Talk
tired
to
of
me.
the Friday show we was on. Mr. Lee, you know how it goes, man. But I'm
Sure.
just here for
So
the
talk to
support,
me.
man, and the great conversation and the message you sharing with these men. So this is all good. I love it. Every Sunday afternoon, man. I love coming up here and hanging out and hearing the message you always have to share. So thanks for
So
having
what's your comment about a submissive man? And why would a man even be submissive?
me. I don't know. Shit. I mean, I guess there's times you have to be submissive to the law. I mean, in that case, he
No,
was
I'm talking about the submissiveness,
to a woman.
not to authority, but in the relationship with his woman.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all, man. I don't. It's sad because you got a lot of men out here like that. That's unfortunate. I don't get it. I don't get it at all, man. Why does a man act like that or carry himself like that? And regardless if you had your father in life, I know a lot of men always say, "Well, I ain't had my father in life." Like, okay, I understand that. That's a lot of men. But there was a male role model in your life somewhere along the line, whether it's a coach, teacher, maybe a grandparent or uncle or somebody, a pastor. I don't know, but should have taught you, how to be a man and how to stand up as a man, and don't be. I don't know.
I would say this. I
to a
think
woman like that.
masculinity is something that by its nature has a sense of confidence to it.
Yeah.
But I think in his life, that was beaten out of him, or was beaten down so low that even in a situation where there's an emergency, he can't even take the steps to risk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what would he have risked with this woman? The relationship?
Man, well, first of all, he seemed like she was a hoe, because first of all, you got her out there in the park. I mean, you don't respect at all because you in the park trying to push up on her. So I mean, she was a hoe. Who cares? You would have just go find a new one. But like you said, this was a weak man, so he was submissive to the ass.
Well,
he
and that's
the
the
ass.
point.
That's what it
And that's
seemed
the
like.
point.
So he did whatever he felt like he had to do, even to the point of going the extra mile, and probably could have got himself locked up too, trying to defend the heifer.
Well, he probably would have got shot trying to defend her.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, I would say this, right? And that's a good point you brought up. I think going to the park as a grown man with a woman to get your groove on, like I hear a lot of talk in this space about tricking, guys tricking. I think you have to realize that many things in life that you want is going to cost you money unless it's being donated or given away. And I think there are times in life where when you become a man, you have to act like a man. You have to move like a man. And going to the park is a dusty move. Even if you were a stone code 304 that's been doing it for years. They got cheap motels. They got Motel 6s or whatever. They got motels where you can rent by the hour. Go in there and rent 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever. You don't have to stay the whole night. But you have to carry yourself in a certain way as a man. And I think the mere fact that he didn't have the money to pay, that's obvious. He didn't have the money to pay for a hotel room of any sort or a motel room. And she wasn't going to pay. That's why they ended up in this situation. But even after the situation occurred, as a man, when a situation occurs in your presence and you're with the woman, or the woman is with you, I should say, for the time that she's with you, you got to control the situation. Now, if he would have told her, shut the hell up, sign the ticket, and she would have broke on him, and he tried to check her a second time and she did not follow the instructions, then what happens to her happens to her. Because you can't, at that point, you can't flex your authority and grab her by the hair. Well, actually, you can't really grab her by the hair because that was a wig, right? But you can't manhandle her in front of a cop. Because once you do that, then the cop is going to want to arrest you.
Miss Lee, he might have let that slide the way she was acting.
Say again?
He might have let that slide the way she was acting. She was out of pocket. She was all the way out of pocket, man. So he might understood it.
Yeah, she was out of pocket, but I mean, at the end of the video, he was asking the cop, why did he have to arrest her? Why did he have to be so violent with her? And he just his whole demeanor seemed very weak, the way he communicated, very weak. But the thing is that because of his lack of life experience, possibly, but because he doesn't seem to exude any real strength in his life, he could see a dangerous situation and don't know what to do. It's like, I think that video about a month ago with, what's the guy name? Tate. What's the guy named Tate that's going around?
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate. He had a conversation or a video with a gamer. And the gamer, he asked the gamer guy, if someone break into your house, what are you going to do? Are you good and out of bed to go down and check that situation? He said no. He said he's not going nowhere. He said both of us, meaning him and his woman, but he's not going anywhere. That seemed to be a recurring mindset of these Xennials type men in their early 20s or late 20s. They just don't have it within him to be that masculine. And as a gamer, he's making money, so he's got the money. So he doesn't lack confidence from his sport that he knows. But he lacks confidence in his masculinity.
You know what?
Which makes him a submissive.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Lee, masculinity is almost against the law nowadays.
That's true. That's true.
No one could go into the jungle and tell a lion he can't be a lion. There's only one way to stop that. Put a couple of bullets in his head, because he will attack you.
In that situation,
there's a scripture in the Bible that says that in the last days, women will say, behold, a man. Men are going to become rare. Masculine, powerful, strong, independent thinking, assertive men will be a rare thing in this society. Western society, I'm referring to particularly. What's your three masculine, well, not masculine, what's your three confident traits that you would say you possess, Hank, that's easily readable about you?
Shit, one for sure. I don't give a damn what nobody thinks about me.
Okay, that's number one.
I don't give a shit.
You and Eugene have the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I say what I want to say, and I stand on it. You know,
Okay.
what was there was a
Well, I would say that comes into being decisive,
yes.
recognizing your mistakes. Don't worry about things that are out of your control.
Yeah, well, I don't. Yeah, that's one right there. I don't worry about things out of my control, and then I guess what the one you just said before that, don't worry about making mistakes.
Right.
As a man, that too, because you can't worry about making mistakes because you're going to. That's just part of
Well,
life. You know, you just got to
yep.
know how to adjust and adapt. You know what I'm saying? You have to
Absolutely.
live with it and accept it sometimes and move forward. You know, try to correct whatever wrong you did or fix the mistakes if it can be fixed. But they're going to happen. You can't worry about making mistakes because it's just
Well,
going to
as
happen.
human beings, mistakes is how we learn.
Mhm.
Discoveries, whether it's scientists, biochemical or bioengineering discoveries, all those things come by way of errors. You test a hypothesis and you eliminate all the errors until you get to the successful conclusion. Human beings learn by mistakes, trial and error, it's called, right? So you definitely can't be caught up in that. But some people are very caught up, and that's like because their self-image is tied to that. When they make an error, they think that is a reflection of them, as opposed to that's just something that they did, and it doesn't define them in any way. I see some people in the chat dropping their. Excuse me for not looking at the chat earlier. Dropping their top 3 things, traits of a confident man. Sean says decisive, assertive, and conscientious. Shamar said strategy, strength, mental and physical, and humble. You look like a young dude. Humble at your age, that's impressive if you are.
Mhm. I didn't drop. I don't think I dropped my 3 actually. The big one that I have, you said 3. The one thing I think is missing from our time right now is that young men don't speak with authority. That was my big one. From all the mentorship that I've had from people, where I really started to blossom as an adult and especially as a black man, a black professional, is when
Right.
my mentors rather said, you need to behave no like you know everything about what you're talking about. And they're talking about, this is me trying to get a job, trying to get investors for my business. And they said,
Right.
if they sense 1 ounce of doubt in your pitch, why if you don't believe in it, why should they invest money in it? And I take
Absolutely.
that not only in business, but to life. I'm going to speak with authority on the things that I believe. It's that conviction in itself that makes a man a man. So, everyone can see it. Like, even people that I wholeheartedly disagree with, I respect their conviction for their views and their ideology, because that's what men do. We can find middle ground or not, but that person knows I live on one island and they live on another because they speak with authority about the things they believe. And I believe that's really missing from society nowadays. All you got to do is, I think someone said, men really have just pledged allegiance to the booty. So if women are displeased by anything that they say, they want to change their argument real quick. Well, no, I ain't really mean. No. I'm gonna say it, and I do not care. And the second one
Right.
is, I
Right.
don't seek approval from others, and that also has to do with business, because I realized anybody that's ever created something to scale at a substantial level had more pushback than they did agreement. People said, "No, you can't do that." Somebody told Jeff Bezos he couldn't create Amazon. Somebody told Elon Musk. In fact, he tells a story. Many people told him he couldn't create the businesses he created. So don't seek approval from anybody. And especially me with my work situation, I've recently found out that the people that are above me are absolutely not smarter than me. So just
Well,
because they've been placed, yeah.
it's funny you say that because a lot of times you will notice that in if you become extremely successful in your particular craft that is your business study, you will find it. You'll have managers, different level managers that can be far inferior to your knowledge, your capability, and your ability to manage and run a team. That's why when I left college, one of the things a lot of my friends were suggesting, they were like, Lee, why don't you just, join the post office, join the police department, sanitations. You can make X amount, put in your 20, 25 years, and you can retire by the time you're 40. This is what a lot of people say in the black community. They said it to me. I was like, and back then, 30,000 or 35,000 was like big money that you could make to them. I was like, nah, I can make more money than that. And when I went to Wall Street, it was really totally by accident. It was really because Black Friday, I think it was 1987, October 19th. I lost like $30,000 in commission. And at the time I was I was the assistant manager of one of the biggest real estate firms in downtown Brooklyn, or in all of Brooklyn, Fillmore Real Estate. Sal Cappy was the manager and I was the assistant manager. I made assistant manager in the first year. And the only reason why they were going to give me my own office, but I didn't like the location they were going to give me. I liked the downtown area. But, they kept the white boy in the position because, it was a white firm and they wanted white men at the helm, But the point is that I took a position in sales because I knew I had the ability by the wits of my mind to make more money. And why I went to Wall Street was because at that time, I think I had like 6 or 7 properties in contract. And I was slated to make a cool 30,000 or more. And they all the contract, they didn't close on the contract because most of my clients were investors. So I had a lunch one day with one of my investors, who was a woman, and I asked her what happened, why she's not closing on the deal. She said, Lee, my dad does a lot of investing on Wall Street, and we buy these houses for investments, so we need the money to be able to renovate them. He took a beating. I can't close on a property. So I was like, Wall Street? I kind of knew about Wall Street, but it wasn't something that I paid attention to. So I was like, what's up with this Wall Street? And it turned out that it was more of my clients who were on Wall Street in terms of investors. So I decided, you know what? If I could lose this money just from the fallout effect of Wall Street, I need to be there because I can make a lot more money there. And I was right. And about 2 or 3 years later, I went to Wall Street and things worked out very well.
Nice.
Somebody else jumping up. Oh, Mandrill. Let me add Mandrill to the screen, to the panel. Hey, Mandrill. Good afternoon. Long time. How you doing, brother?
Good afternoon. How you doing? I left my email in the back chat for you.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Let me check. Go ahead. Talk to me. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I think you're spot on, and I'll tell you one of the reasons why I don't come on your show too often is because I'm pretty much going to be repeating the same thing you said. You know
what?
No, I said the reason why I don't come up on your show that often is because 9 times out of 10 I'm just going to be repeating what you just said.
Okay, cool. Yes.
You know what I mean? So
sure.
I agree with you 9 times out of 10, but yet cases like this where the guy, he said nothing the entire time. That's what I didn't get. He could have just told the chick to just sign the citation so we can move on.
Absolutely.
And if she'd have given him lip, then you say, okay, then you get what you get. I mean, people said I was wrong for that. I was like, what are you talking about?
So you got pushback on that when you commented?
I did.
From who? Women or men? Or both?
Women.
Women.
Well, there's one guy, Hink knows who he is, who gave me pushback on that. But the guy Hink and I know, he should be a case study. That dude, he's remarkable. See Hink's reaction? This guy is absolutely singular. But I got pushback for that, for saying that he should have first told her to sign the citation. If she didn't listen, you tell her. Then okay, you don't. Then you get what you get, and leave her to her own devices. Because I I'm not going to tell you 8, 9 times. I'm just not that dude. So either follow or you're not.
Well, you know, one thing too is that I hear in this space the guys always say a lot of guys will say, she won't let me lead. That's the problem.
If she won't let you, if she won't let you lead, then
Leadership
just
is
leave.
something that you step into those shoes of leadership when the situation presents itself, if you have leadership abilities in you. Because leadership, sometimes you may be a young man and not have any training in leadership, but leadership is sometimes a nature that's within you, that when a situation presents itself, you know how to take control of that situation to minimize the damage or the outcome. But if you look at the posture, and I really wanted to get into the body language of the dude, contrast to the body language of the young lady before things really went off. The body language of that guy was totally submissive, even his stance. And you look at the body language of the chick, her whole body language was obnoxious like she was in the face of authority and did not even respect it. Now, some people said he called the officer Mr. Brooks, but his title is Officer Brooks. And I think that's why he didn't give her his first name, because he encountered women like that in the past, and she's going to want to talk to him on a first name basis like she know him. That's why he only gave her his last name. Because she never, from the big, that's a 38, 39-minute video. From the beginning of the video till the end when she got thrown into the back of the SUV, she never referred to him as an officer. She spoke to him like she was someone she knew. Mr. Brooks, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Brooks. I just want to ask you a question, Mr. Brooks. It was deliberately insulting. And she did that behavior because she was talking to a black man, a black officer.
And she thought
And I think that's something that we
Yeah.
speak about in this space, that black women do not respect black men.
And she thought she was going to get away with it.
Yeah. She
By
thought her
calling
looks was
him
going to get
Mr.
her
By calling him Mr. and trying to sound nice all of a sudden.
when she knew
I
she was
think-
about to get put in that back of that truck.
Yeah,
back
and
of that vehicle.
when she saw he wasn't kidding around, he was about to put it in the back of that truck regardless. That's when she said, "Oh, in the name of Jesus." I mean,
Well, you know what it
too
seemed
late
like.
now.
Yeah.
What it seemed like the roles were reversed. She's act more masculine, and the dude act more feminine.
That's what I was thinking.
That's exactly
Exactly.
That's how exactly how I took
Exactly.
it. I'm like, damn.
He was the quiet one. He gave all the elements of a submissive individual. She was the masculine one, questioning everything. And
What was
she
the
took
question?
it right up. See, the thing is also, because she's not a man, she doesn't know when things can escalate from 0 to 100 and like that.
Yeah.
Because men know situation could be going back and forth. You could be saying words, and just one change, a word or a body posture can change the whole conversation from words to violence. And the thing is the officer was very self-controlled. Once he said, "No, I am not signing it," even though she added the caveat, "until you answer my question," he just turned around, put her license or ID and his clipboard inside the car. And see, with women, they don't understand. Once you cross that line, there's no going back. You can't take back no. You disobeyed an authority. You can't take back no. You can't reset and start all over. She was like, "Well, I'm going to sign it now." That's why he said it's too late. And I think what the audience needs to realize also is, because the purpose of the summons is a legal document that you agree that you're going to show up to court. If you refuse to sign it, the arrest is to guarantee that you will show up to court. So you can either pledge by signing the document or get locked up and then be forced to appear in court. That was the only purpose of the summons, to make sure she show up in court. It wasn't just you go pay a fine. It was a summons to appear.
Yeah.
That's why she got the summons. And I think a lot of times, because women in general are defended in society, even though they say they're not, they're protected in society from a lot of the hard pushback that men deal with on a day-to-day basis and turnouts or outturns in their life. They don't always see that, especially if you dress nice and you're attractive or a little bit attractive. Women miss a lot of the hardness of life because other people play blocks for them. They protect them. But I think as the society go on, the equality that women want, they're gonna see it because of their masculine behavior.
So
Go ahead.
what do we
Go ahead,
what do
man.
we do about men? Because I saw another video with an incident in an airport or something like that, where this woman jumped up in this guy's face. Guy's clearly
Right.
well over 200 pounds, right? The man.
And he wasn't taking it.
No, he wasn't at all. And then this other guy comes to step in between them. She reaches over that guy to smack the other guy in the face. You know what I mean? There's a guy standing in between them. She reaches over him and smacks the guy in the face. He runs after her. What do we do about guys like that when women get themselves too deep in the mud? Because I'm a firm believer like this. Okay, ladies should step in it. I mean, you got to clean your own shit off your shoe.
Well, I mean,
You know,
you really can't do anything about the simps. The simps are just going to have to learn their lesson the hard way. I mean, I think that same week, another brother was deleted because he went to try to help a woman step in and wound up getting plugged up or was leaking. I mean, the outcomes are going to be the outcomes for them because women are more and more being masculine. And the thing is, one of the things I mentioned in my monologue was that, you know, either it's with you and your woman or a woman you're dealing with, or you see it out and about in the streets where a brother could be dealing with a confrontation and the woman reaches from behind to either try to swing on the dude or is running her mouth, instigating the situation to uptick the potential to the violence mark. And I think a lot of women don't understand how men deal with protection. Protection is not always something where somebody's got to hit the pavement. Protection sometimes is, how can I sidestep this situation so it doesn't even occur? Especially if you've taken martial arts. I took martial arts, and that's one of the things my sensei would always say is, avoid the physical confrontation if it's at all costs. If you don't have to go violent, don't go violent. Because if you're a trained fighter, you're definitely more dangerous than someone who is not. And just to pivot to that, I was looking at I saw a snapshot, like it was someone's thumbnail, and it was dealing with the guy who came to the grocery store, that little diner, for the woman who was short $3 to get the chips.
Yeah.
And confronted the old man. And whoever it was took a really good snapshot at the old man when they got into the confrontation. Because the old man had his hand like this. He totally sidestepped the guy and put his body diagonally away from him, had the knife in the other hand, and the brother was totally exposed. And just looking at that, I can see that old man either had military training or some kind of training before. Because the way he moved that brother's body, he had everything exposed, midsection, his angle, everything was exposed. That's a professional way of fighting.
He
to know how to reposition a man.
Yeah. He redirected the inertia when the guy was coming forward.
Exactly. He redirected his energy and totally exposed him. He didn't meet him face to face like this. He moved him out of the way and came at him with the knife like that. And I think a lot of times we as men, and I think these spaces are good because we as men, we have to be able to talk about these issues to show young men that they have to learn to move a different way. They can't be triggered emotionally by what a woman will say. A woman live in the environment of emotions. And if she pull you into that territory, it's like going in quicksand. It's like being caught in the funnel of a downdraft of a whirlpool or a tornado. The only result is going to be destruction, because we can't live in those spaces. We can't go into an emotional space and navigate it like that. Because when emotions of men gets up here, violence is the next result.
Yeah.
Violence is the next result. So when a woman can push your buttons, that's a danger. That's a weakness. That's a weakness. And I know, because my wife had a way of being able to do that. And that, I will say, that was the only woman in my entire life I met that can get me to go from 0 to 60. She knew how to push my buttons. And when you got a woman that knows how to push your buttons, you really got to take note and get under self-control, because they could say things to you, they could trigger you, and they could get you to act without thinking and evaluating the situation and put you in grave danger.
So I have something for that question for you for that, because I've actually studied what happened to us as a community. What was the breakdown? The biggest chink, the only chink in our armor, was the black man. Because remember, in your day, black men were taking on the man, as it were, himself, head on. Right. That's how we won civil rights and the right to vote and everything. We were taking on the man head on, and we were winning.
Yeah.
Organizations like the NOI, Black Panthers, and Dr. King and all that. But we lost, and we lost suddenly, out of nowhere. It seemed like we just fell off. And what I kind of discovered is black men's love for black women. That was the weakness. They got to our women, and once they turned our women against us, we were done.
That was it.
Yeah,
that was it. And we loved our women so much till we just fell apart without them. That's the way it seems. I could be wrong. That's the way it seems. But so my question ultimately is,
okay,
what do we like when it comes to that? We have a woman that one chick who can get under our skin like that, who can really gaslight us or whatever. Is she too dangerous for us to keep around and we need to leave, or do we need to get her to understand? Look, you can't be, you know what I mean, or find a workaround.
Well, what I would say is it depends, right? If you're young, if you're in your early 20s, if she's not your wife, she's just a girlfriend, you gotta see how she used that power. Does she use it against you, or does she just use it selfishly to get what she wants? If she just used it selfishly, you can deal with that, because over time your maturity will help you to overcome that weakness that you have when you were in your teens and 20s. By the time you get into your mid to late 30s, you should be able to overcome that through maturity and familiarity with her. But if she used that energy to be able to put you in harm's way, then you got to cut her loose. If she's your wife, then you have to really work that situation out.
Yeah.
And I know some men that they have no problem slapping the spit out of their mouth to cut that shit out. Right? I've seen it on more than one occasion. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not endorsing it, but I will tell you that
you understand?
A lot of women will get themselves.
I've seen it too.
They get quiet real fast. There are some guys that they don't play no shit.
But Mr. Lee, my problem is
hold on one second, Hank. Sorry about that.
Are you good?
This guy, Mr. Socks Jacob, he says, guys have emotions too, right? We're not saying that guys don't have emotions. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to react and deal with things in your emotions, but it's how your emotion, at what level you let your emotions get the best of you. There's a difference between being emotional with your woman caring and affectionate with your children, and even with your mom. But if your emotions get to the point where you lose the clarity of thought and action, then at that point, you jeopardize not only your life, but those around you and the ones that you may say you love and care for. Go ahead, Hank.
Well, I mean, some of these guys, you just need not get with them. You're going to know early, so you shouldn't even marry them. There's no way I could see myself dealing with a loudmouth woman. And especially if you put her in situations like what my man did, and you see how I act, there's no way I could be giving her and blessing her with my last name. She ain't going to make it. She's left at that restaurant, Mr. Lee. You know how that go. The hell with that heifer.
But, I think, Hank, men like yourself, myself, and Mandrill and other brothers on this panel and in this chat as well, many men don't have a certain level of self-control. Many men don't have discernment about women's behavior. Many women don't have a sense of discipline within themselves, and they don't have any rules for a woman in their life. If you don't have any sense of rules of conduct in your life, then you live by the whims of others.
Yeah.
And if you live your life by the whims of others, you're in trouble. Because people like we see gaslighting all the time, and they said that guy that made the comment, Mr. Jacobs, was gaslighting. The point is, people will push your buttons just because they can. They don't give a shit about you. And if you act on it, it's your life that's going to be all effed up. They're just going to laugh. Because I find that some grown men act like children.
Yes.
They laugh at things that are not funny. The destruction of a man, and if he has children, the sabotaging of the success of his children is not a joke. But men laugh at the demise of other black men like it's common, like it's valueless, like it's a form of entertainment. Andrew, you wanted to add some more to that?
No, you're absolutely right. And it's something that I've been trying to figure out where the hell it came from and why do people think that's okay? There's one thing if people brought something on themselves, but it's another when an outside entity caused someone else's misfortune. That's a different story, in my opinion. If you're a person who didn't know, there's nuance to it. Like if you're a person who just didn't know, well, you didn't know what you didn't know, and you got caught up. Don't let it get you down. Get back on the horse and keep riding.
What do you mean by didn't know? Clarify that. I'm trying to understand.
For example, you use an example where you lost $30,000 on the stock market once, right? Or
say again?
It
was in real estate.
Oh, in real estate, right. Let's say that was done because of a rule or a procedure that you were unfamiliar with, that you had never heard of. You know what I mean? And something just caught you. Something just came up bitching the ass. You didn't know, right? That's a different story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Than someone else coming behind you and backdooring you. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but
someone
then
else
people laugh
coming
at
behind
that.
you and saying things to get you to act out of pocket.
Yeah.
Right. Things like that. Exactly. And that's why, people like myself, we often operate, by ourselves, or we keep our network small, and we get with certain people that we trust, and we operate together that way. There's trust there. So I don't get how women would bring a man down and blame him for it. You know what I mean? Like they'll raise hell, like Hink says. These women with loud mouths, they hell raises all day, and they got this guy busting his ass, trying to do better and provide for them. But then when he burns himself out, she blames him.
Then she moves on to somebody else.
Yeah, but meanwhile, she sat at home and did nothing to contribute to help the situation.
Well,
People think
because
that's funny. I don't get that shit.
like some men say women are children, right?
Mm-hmm.
In that regard, that's a childlike behavior because they don't know what they want. They will pressure you to do something, and then when you do it and it turn out with a negative result, then they're gonna look at you stupid, like you're a fool. Why did you do that? That's not what I told you to do. Like Jada Pinkett and Will Smith. She swore up and down she didn't tell him to do that.
She didn't have to
But
say it.
she gave him all the high signs.
Mm-hmm.
That look.
Then he
that look did
reacted
it.
to the high sign, and then she was like, "Why are you so stupid? Why would you do that?"
Right.
After the negative feedback came out. If it
Right.
was a positive feedback that came back, she would have been taking all the glory for that.
Right, because I
But
remember that
because
they interviewed
because
her.
it went left, she's
Yeah.
like, "I didn't tell you to do that. You did that on your own."
They interviewed her and they asked her, why do you do it? Everyone turned it back on Will. I don't know. He should have did it. You think he was trying to protect you? I don't need a man to protect me. Like, just completely
strong
threw
and
Will under the
independent.
bus. Right, just completely threw Will under the bus. That's the kind of example I'm talking about. Stuff like that. Like, that's why I never laughed at it.
Because she
And
knew.
you see,
And I did like the show I do on Wednesday nights. I never brought it up. You know what I mean? I never brought up the whole Will Smith. I talked talked about it on other platforms, but I never brought that
Right.
up. You know, not on my show. It's like there's no point. You know, I mean,
and that's why these spaces are so important, and that's why I try to keep the conversation to men.
Yeah.
I'm not about showing all the negative behaviors of women because there are far more other people who are more talented than me that are doing a bang up job in that area. There may be times I can add to the conversation, but my objective is how we can get black men to be more productive, how we can get black men to have a better sense of respect for themselves. How can we get black men to move with power? How can black men be more discerning? Because discernment is an incredible skill. You could look at a person's walk from a distance and you can tell if that's going to be a situation. Discernment is really, but that comes from experience too. Like I had a teacher years ago, and he was not successful at it, but he tried. He used to try to tell me, he says, "Lee, you need to learn to be able to say everything that you want to say with one word." And for a time, I was able to do that. But I am a little long winded and I like to explain things thoroughly. But I understand what he meant by that. And what I took away from that was use the most powerful words that you can string together to make the statement as effective as you can make it. Because speaking with one word is powerful. It's like if anybody, I will put out a challenge to the audience. Read Genesis, the first chapter, the first verse, not the whole chapter. Genesis 1 to verse 31. That is the most concise use of words for a story that many people can make a movie of, or you can make a 12-volume set just out of that one chapter. It is so concise in the way words were selected to express an entire process of creation. And what I would say is that a lot of times, as black men in this space, what many of us lack is articulation. How to express what we want to say in a very concise and precise way. We ramble on about a lot that's nothing many times. And doing so puts us in the area of emotions. And as men, we shouldn't live in the area of emotions. Emotions, in this world where women have so much power, walking in your emotions is a dangerous place for any man, much less a black man. Like Andrew Tate is being blocked off of social media and he doesn't even have a YouTube account. He doesn't even have a TikTok account. He doesn't even have an Instagram account. Like, the guy doesn't even put out his own shit. And they're looking for ways to shut up your voice. Women always say, well, you men never speak up. You're always silent. You never say anything. You never tell us what we want. Then when we speak up and we say what we want, oh, what you're saying is misogynist. Shut up. We don't want to hear what you got to say. Like, they want us to speak what they want to say through our voice. That's ventriloquism. Right? That's ventriloquism. That someone's got their 5 fingers up the back of your ass, moving your head, moving your arms, and they're mouthing the words. Talk to me, Hank. Oh, you know what you didn't get? Hold on one second, Hank. Mandrill, you didn't give me your 3 characteristics or traits of a confident man.
Oh, 3 traits of a man or a confident man?
3 traits out of the 10 that I have listed. Not sure if I'll repeat them.
Mm-hmm.
Men that are confident don't seek the approval of others. They are decisive. They recognize when they make a mistake. They don't worry about the things that they can't control. They persevere. They're not easily offended. They focus on their strengths. They take the initiative. They speak with authority, and they are responsible men. Which of those 10 would you say is emblematic of your top 3 qualities in you as a man?
I'd say perseverance for one.
Okay.
Don't worry about what people say about you. And this one at the end you said.
Decisiveness, initiate, authority,
initiative.
Don't worry about others.
Initiative.
Points of view.
Yeah.
Initiate.
Initiative. That's the third one. Yeah. What I'd add to your list is competence.
Okay, competence.
I'd add that one to your list too, because
well, competence and decisiveness, you can say sisters of the same tree. Right?
That's
because when a person is decisive, they're very competent in how they move and what they do. It's like a good chess player. They've already set up the move, the 5 or 6 move that you're going to make before you in checkmate. They know the end of the game before they made the first move.
There you go. Decisiveness
Okay.
Decisiveness is another one. You have to.
Absolutely.
You have to. You have to. But this YouTube space has taught me a lot. It used to frustrate me to no end when I first started watching. Like I was confused. Like, what passes for a man these days? I'm like, what? I still don't really know what to make of it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
it's funny because you're right. Because at first, when I came into the space 3 or so years ago, I used to watch more content providers, but I've narrowed it down to a half a dozen or so, give or take, half a dozen guys that I watch, because there's a lot of foolishness out there. And in Black America, we understand that negativity, emotion, those things are very triggering for us as a people, and it creates drama. And we seem to be as though drama is like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We could take it all day long. Who said that? The fickleness, a fickle vessel could never run me except in sex, sandwich, and silence only. I like that. And it's so true, because women are fickle. They are fickle. And they have that prerogative to be fickle because that's their nature. I think the problem that we have today is because we have advocate the space of power and authority, and then now we have to deal with the fickleness of a being fickle with power and authority. It's like a baby. It's like the baby that have the power of who is that? Shazam or Black Adam. They don't know how to use it and what its purpose. And I think what we're starting to see more and more right now is a lot of women are starting to self-destruct because men are backing away out of the society. And as men back away, the situation turns ugly. Simps, how can I say? I don't want to say simps will be deleted, but simps will get themselves deleted. Because when you risk your life, when you put your life in harm's way for the fickleness of a woman, because that's her nature, you're not going to change a woman's nature. You modify it. You let her make the adaptations to be in your life if she wants to be in your life. But that takes authority. And if you're not used to wielding authority, and when I say wielding authority, I mean carrying yourself in such a way that you're not questioned. And that takes a lot of reading. Like back in my day, I used to read 3 magazines and 5 newspapers almost every day. Now, it doesn't mean I read the whole newspaper, because you can't. I had like an hour and a half to do that. You read above the fold on the Wall Street Journal. Financial Times, very similar. Business Week, that's a once a week magazine, came out on Fridays. You could read the whole thing Friday afternoon or Saturday afternoon, whatever. But you have to be abreast of what's going on around you in the world, because the markets are moved by world events. And what happens in the East can affect what happens in the West. So in that field, I had to be worldly aware. And I think a lot of black men are not even society aware of the society and the environment that they live in, and what's the cost of that level of ignorance. And by and large, if you're making $40,000 or $50,000 a year in 2022, you're just lazy. I mean, that's all I would say. You're lazy.
There's so many. There's so much low hanging fruit out there, Mr. Lee. Like to make money, $300 there, $500 here. You know what I mean? There's so much low. Like I was on another broadcast and I let them know about taking the test for the FAA and being a licensed drone pilot. There are companies out there paying people $200-$300 an hour just to fly a drone around and take pictures. You know what I mean? So I was like, there's so much low-hanging fruit out here to make money. It's insane. And there's no one to fill the position.
Yeah. Right. But there's two things. It could be laziness, but it also can be self-doubt. King, thank you for becoming a member of, what is this, Lapeef Network. Appreciate it. Look forward to you coming up on the panel soon. Say again, Hank?
No, you know what, man? A lot of these men need to get out of their comfort zone and really vet and have conversation and have these tough conversations with these women. So you don't have to deal with a woman like what my man is dealing with in that situation in Atlanta. There's no way. You got to have the tough conversations. You got to talk, put them in situations where you're going to find out information, because they're going to tell on themselves. These women will tell everything you need to know, but you got to be willing on having a tough conversation, the uncomfortable conversation. And if that means you end up losing that woman because of the conversation she's having and what she's saying is not part of your plan or part of your agenda, then move on. Exercise your option and move on to the next one. But there's no need to stretching yourself out, putting yourself in situations where you could become hurt, killed. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that. Lose your mind, your job, and your livelihood for some woman. No, there's no way I would do something shit like that. These heifers are crazy. Exercise your option, man. Do what you have to do.
Well, the thing is also is that I've never been afraid of losing a woman or a girlfriend. I think I am like quick to cut a woman off.
As you
Because
should.
especially being in New York City, there's a lot of attractive women. And there are a lot of spaces where you can go to meet attractive women. If you are out in the boondocks in some town with 300, 600,000 people, there might only be two girls single, and one of them is 300 pounds. So the one that you got is the only option you have, But in situations like that, that's why I said you have to move. You have to move and put yourself in places where you can get the outcomes that you want.
The better options.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, Mr. Lee, what I found is that a lot of men are not willing to do what it takes to do that. And because I get this question all the time, well, Mandrill, how'd you get yourself in this situation? How are you able to leverage yourself to do what you do and move the way you move? I said, listen, I did a lot of shit I didn't want to do. You know what I'm saying? Along the line, I found a bunch of stuff I'm really good at. But that's how you learn. Because if you're not making mistakes, then you're not making decisions. People are afraid to make mistakes.
Say that again. Say that again.
I said, if you're not making mistakes, then you're not making decisions.
Absolutely.
And
you're moving in a very safe way.
Right. And I told them, here's the difference between the mentality. I said, start here. If you wanted to do X, Y, and Z, you find a person that says, I can't do that. Why not? I can't afford it. I said, the difference between me and that guy is I want to do the same thing, but I'm going to ask, what do I need to do to get it? I'm not going to just, most people just dismiss it out of hand. I can't afford that. Okay, me, I'm like, what do I need to do to get that? Okay, I can do these things here and get there that way. I can do these. And actually, I got 12 different avenues to go through to get to reach that goal. Then I narrow them down to one, the most optimal, and people just don't want to do uncomfortable things to be successful. But success comes with discomfort.
But I think, what you're saying is true. But I think a lot of it may come of actually people don't have no belief in themselves that they could do something. Because if you're raised with a single mother that is a second or third generation single mother, more than likely she doesn't work. Or if she worked, it's cash. And how are they gonna teach a 5-year-old boy to be confident? All she does when he make a mistake is whip the shit out of him, knock him upside the head, and tell him what a stupid MF he is, just like your daddy. You hear that enough by the time you're 13 years old. Only thing left for you is the streets, gangs, drugs, whether you're on the user side or the seller side. So opportunities that present themselves in the business world are not even it's not in your purview. You don't even think about it because you don't even have the imagination to believe that that's something you can go after and get. And I think for men that are coming into the space who lack that kind of positive reinforcement and guidance, this is a space where they can get that. And this is why I try to focus on addressing men and trying to help men focus on becoming better. I just want to read this comment by Sean Gates. He says, Lee, New York, Miami, and LA, perfect grounds for women. Absolutely. One of the things I found about LA is that, and I learned that in the 80s when I went to visit my family in LA. LA is a very, and I'm not trying to insult nobody in the audience from LA or whoever might see the video later. It's a very fake town. People are so pretentious. as coming from New York, right? Because New York people are sometimes too honest. They're very cold, in your face, direct. You know, New York is like that. Whereas LA is all about the glitz and the glam and how it looks and that type of nature. It's a perfect place for women, no doubt. So it goes with Sean's comment. It's a perfect place for women.
Atlanta's the same way.
But men in that space can also become very pretentious. And pretentious men are distrustful men. A guy that doesn't, you can't read him. If you can't read him, you can't trust him. Go ahead.
I'll just say Atlanta is the same way. It's very pretentious,
I don't
very
man,
fake.
You got to watch what you get in Atlanta, though.
Yes, it's that fake, Lee.
Every girl is not a girl, huh?
Right.
What
It's
is a
that
woman?
is that fake, Lee. You better watch staying your P's and Q's over there, man.
I know that's right.
But that's what confuses me still to this day. And largely I talk to people now because people don't listen. So I kind of use it. I just watch it and it's just kind of entertaining to watch the whole thing burn because it is burning. You know what I mean? Masculinity, manhood, it's almost lost now. What it is to be a gentleman and a warrior, you don't even know what that is anymore.
Give me a second.
No problem.
Continue.
You know what I'm saying, Hank? It's just kind of, I just kind of find what I can find out of it and just laugh at the rest of it. It's crazy. And people don't seem to care. Nobody seems to notice, or no one seems to care. Like, I mean, perfect example. You're on our platform that Friday night on Barbershop Talks. There's more of them out there like that than I think we care to realize. More simps out there like that we care to realize or notice. Because the more dudes I talk to, man, the more soft they get. It's like the softer they get. It's just like, no, where'd you hear that from? Why are you the way you are? Why do you think like that? And I ask these questions because I am genuinely curious. Where does this come from? Why don't you?
But you know something though, man, I look at it like this, man. Not everybody's gonna make it. So
that's true.
I'm to the point where, man, I'm not gonna waste my time for those who don't want to learn, those who don't want to listen, and those who don't want to participate. If you're not willing and looking and open to do those things, then I'm gonna leave you right where you are. And not only the women could be left at the restaurants, these hard ankles could be left at the restaurants too.
Hard ankles. Yeah. It's fascinating to watch.
You know what I'm talking about when I say hard ankles.
Yeah. It's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch, man. It really is. And like I talked to some other partners of mine, because when we was in the military, we were kind of sequestered off. You know what I mean? It was hop and pop, all business. For years, it was like that. So it's like when you first leave. When I first left for the military, everything was one way. But then I got out and I actually got back here and back to the world. Time had moved forward for y'all, and y'all watched the gradual change. For me, everything was sudden. Now I'm on a whole nother planet.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, what the hell is this? It is confusing. You got men, I mean, all kind of stuff going on.
Sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
No, one of the things I was going to say is that there's so many things that falls into the learned behavior element that you can literally be taught to behave against your own nature. And I'm noticing that. It's like I saw a picture of Dwayne Wade. Not sure what I was reading earlier today or yesterday, with him and his son, and he has his hands together like this, the boy, clutching a pink purse, and he's wearing a pink outfit. And the caption said that his dad, Dwayne, is seeking to get him classified as a woman. Meaning change it on his birth certificate, the whole nine. And for that to happen, they're going to have to snip that dude. He's going to have to get the surgery.
See,
so
why would you do that?
a lot of this stuff is coming from educators in school and parents at home.
Okay,
And
parents at home.
that's why I think also that this whole manosphere space is so important, because more and more in the outer real world, being a man, being masculine, and being heterosexual there's an all-out war on that. They're looking to break every man to become a submissive woman.
Good luck with that. Yeah,
Well,
you ain't gonna
the
get
thing
me.
the thing is, there's a large there's a big support for it, I should say. Women are pushing it, but there's a lot of men also that are in support of it, that are not objecting. There's a very small kernel of men who find it distasteful and thoroughly object and have the cojones to speak openly up against it and defend themselves. And mostly it's men who are not in corporate America, because if you've got a corporate job, you gotta watch what you say. You gotta watch how you walk. If you go to a job and you're too masculine, I can remember 3 times in my life before I even got to Wall Street that an employer said to me, he says, "Lee, if you shave that beard, you can make $1 million." And I was a young man then. I was like maybe in my 28, 29. They say, if you shave your beard, you can make $1 million. And if I was the type that would be so susceptible to that type of mental massaging, I would have been like, went home and. But that's all part of the softening up of your image. And that's something that's heavily pushed. It's like back in the 90s and late 90s, when I was watching television and I saw the feminization of television shows where the man was a bumbling idiot and the wife was the genius and strong, always have the answers. That's now, you see that everywhere. I mean, look at the MCU. All the movies you have now, women are strong, they're stronger than men, and men are weak. The programming is becoming a global programming. I saw a show maybe about 3-4 months ago, and it was a tech show, because sometimes I watch tech shows. And I was watching this tech show, and it was about this young boy. He was about 13, 14 years old. And he was so smart that his parents moved him to Colorado to this special school where they're geniuses. And I saw the kid, he was in a conversation with 3 of his professors. It's not a classroom, it's like almost like a boardroom. And the kid is teaching the professors. He's going up to the board and writing shit and explaining it to them. And they're like, the professors are like, I didn't even think of that. He's giving them homework for the next meeting. Genius kid. And this kid was Latino, but he looked white Latino. And the interviewer was talking to his parents, and they was asking them something about him and girls. He butted in the conversation because he was there with his mom. He said, I don't like girls. I don't even talk to girls. Now, this guy could probably be the next Steve Jobs or something like that. He's a little genius. He's going to discover or make some crazy shit. But these new kids, they ain't dealing with women like that, bro. They just not. So even though I'm highlighting this brother who is probably before that era, he still got caught up in that the Kool-Aid. He's been drinking it for 20, 25 years of his life. He doesn't even know how to be masculine when danger presents itself. Can you imagine that? That you can't even be masculine enough when danger presents itself as a man. That's crazy. And more, men are becoming more soft. Men are submitting themselves to women. And that's going to put women in danger in the long run because women don't know how to make certain decisions. They can't anticipate. They know how to manipulate, but they can't anticipate. And that's a big problem. Hey, Jay Prince, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Telling Mr. Lee,
How are you?
man, pretty good. Man, this topic was very interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
See, this is my whole take on all of this. I think, and I want y'all to hear me out now, because a lot of times people will say a lot of stuff I'll be saying kind of crazy, maybe because they're either scared to do what I'm talking about or they just don't understand where I'm coming from. I think the reason why we're not going to get no respect from our women until us black men stand up and be ready to lose our lives for what we believe in, for our family and our children. I think us black men, we've been laying down on our backs for so long and letting stuff ride, and we come up with these strategies on how not to continue to, because I really feel like we constantly getting punked and bullied, and we coming up with strategies on how to get bullied properly and without getting bullied too bad. I feel like,
Okay. Let's have a conversation about this. Did you see the earlier part of the show, the dialogue that I had, or what time you came in?
I came in about like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, part of the dialogue that I talked about is how, as black men, we're very good at falling on the grenade, risking our lives, getting shot or getting killed, or shooting somebody or mortally wounding them or killing them. And then we're in manslaughter or second-degree murder, and now we're in jail or we're dead.
Mm-hmm.
How is that protecting your woman if we have to lay down our lives?
I believe that if we would have yielded that, all, like, it seems like we got the heart. We got the heart almost. I put it like this: if I
The
had
heart
to
for what? When you say we got the heart for what?
okay, if I ever had to go to prison or lose my life, I would feel more comfortable losing my life to standing up for what I believe in than just killing more people that look like me. That is not going to really show nothing to the people of society who really putting our women, giving our women all of this type of power. Because I said this before.
Well,
What I said was, if we remove, if I think black women want us black men to be afraid of the police. A lot of people ask me, why do you think black women would want you to be afraid of the police? Because if black men fought and go against the police, and the police and black men come up with a peace treaty, and the white men say, okay, we're not gonna come in your neighborhoods, and we're not gonna come in your neighborhoods for nothing.
But
Y'all
that's
can't
not
come. Hold
okay.
on, Wesley, and
Sure.
y'all can't come for us. At that point, when they dial 911, who could they call to protect them on their bullshit? Automatically, these women will get back in place because they know they won't be able to call 911 when they out of line, or when they disrespecting a black man, or when they having black man kids and want to take them. At that point, when you remove that power from them, they're gonna automatically get in place.
Jay, the police is not an authority by themselves.
I know. I'm saying I use police as the whole system.
Let me finish. The police gets its authority to operate by the state, right? The state has the charter. And that charter is granted to the state by the structure of the Constitution of the Republic of the United States through the national government. So when you say negotiate with the police, you can't negotiate anything with the police as it pertains to their interaction or reaction with the black community or any other community. That's something that comes down through either the federal government or from the state legislative government, right?
That's who I was referring to all of them.
But what I'm saying is that as it pertains to black women and black men, whether or not a woman wants you to be afraid of something or not, that's for you to determine your own level of fear with whatever situation it is. But in a confrontation, I think black men don't use enough discernment when they're in a confrontation, particularly with people of authority, to understand the dynamics there. Because you have to know when to fight and where to fight. Not every fight, even if you win, you can lose. And the purpose of a man that has a wife and 3 children, the best way he can protect his family is to assess what is the worst case and the best case scenario in this encounter. How can I walk away from this situation? Because if you die in that moment, you leave your family unprotected. Now, there are instances where the confrontation is such that you can't avoid. And if death occurs, it's better that you face the judge than the undertaker. But more times than not, when we get into these types of issues, is with another black man. It's not with the police.
I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Lee. Now, this is my thing. Like, as a black man, I feel like I'm afraid of other races of people. I'm afraid of our black women. It's like I'm getting taught how to be afraid of everybody because
By
everybody
who?
treat
Who
black
is
men
teaching you this?
like a target practice.
Okay, 1 second. Let me read this super chat by Just My 4 Cents. If your woman wants you to fight the police, she
Hates
hears you.
She hates you.
Oh, hates. Okay, she hates you. The police badge represents an entire government, and he has a license to kill. It's like 007, right? He's licensed to kill.
But we got a license to kill from God. We don't need permission. It's almost like
No, but
we don't need permission to
if
protect ourselves and our families.
understand this also, if you're going to use the Bible for justification, then I can use the Bible to correct you. The Bible says that you must obey the law of the land, and those who are in power does not hold power without cause, that they have the ability to execute judgment on you. So you have to learn how to deal with people in authority. That's why I say every fight, even if you win, is not always the best fight to take. Because if every man or the majority of men behave in the way in which you say, you're not afraid of the police, so you confront the police, even if you're armed, it's not going to be a winnable situation. You might take out 1 or 2 cops. How is that going to better your family? And if we get 10, 20, 30% black men doing that, then we now have 30% of the black community unprotected and not being provided for as females and families.
I was coming from a mindset, Mr. Lee. Like
What
when I think
mindset is that?
about the military, right? Those men had to go outside and risk their lives for their family, even though a lot of them knew they was gonna not make it, and a lot of them didn't
No,
make
but
it back home.
okay,
But they
1
stood up
second.
there, and I think we should have that same
Let's have the
mindset.
dialogue. Let's have the dialogue back and forth. When you are acting in the capacity as a soldier, you are empowered by the government wherever you're being called to go and exercise your authority, overseas or wherever. Someone has got something playing in the background, mute up. So we can't, and that's one of the reasons why the military is never used nationally within the country, because the military is not a peacekeeping force. The military is a killing force. So governments in general don't bring their military into a civilian environment of their own country. So we as black men can't move as military men within the country because we will wind up causing more harm than good. So what I would like to hear from you is, how can black men move better to be more effective both with themselves and how their interaction with their women? What's your thoughts on that?
I think, again, I don't know. I just got a different mindset because I believe that, black men been trying to do everything the right way in America. I'm not
What's
gonna
the
say
right
all
way?
of them, but I'm saying we've been
What's
trying
the
to do the
right
right
way? What do
things
you mean when you say the right way?
the
What's
right
the
way.
right
When we think about the older men and the older black men that was preaching and praying, and they still got murdered and all this other type of stuff, I'm getting tired of getting punked. I'm getting tired of us black men constantly gotta
But
come
do
up with
you see that?
strategies and running like a
But
coward.
do you see that? Do you see that in
Maybe
today's
it's time for us
society?
to lose our lives for something good and something that means something.
Okay, but let me ask
So
you
your
this.
life don't mean anything then.
No, when you stand up and fight against, like, it's almost like we getting bullied, and instead of coming up with a strategy to try to take that bully out, we got to come up with a strategy on how to make that bully feel comfortable and not beat us too bad. I'm getting
Okay,
tired
let
of
me ask.
running. I'm getting tired of being a
But,
punk.
but there's certain ways you fight. For example, a way they could have fought was take the citation, go down to the police station and file a report against the man, against the officer.
You say it's a way to fight, but when they come to fight us, they don't fight that type of way you talking about.
Who
They
is
fight
they?
aggressively. They
Jay
fight
Prince.
violently, and they
Jay
Who is
doing
they?
it since we've
So
been
let me
here.
ask you this:
Jay
how many
Prince,
people you
who is
gonna get
they?
together
One second, Hank.
going to go on this fight that you're looking to do?
And
You
that's
got
the
to get 'em on
problem. That's our biggest problem as black men.
What's the problem?
The problem is when you get black men that think like someone like me, it be very few of us. Like I remember one time in Milwaukee when that George Floyd stuff happened. It was a few black men. I would say about 30 black men with guns when police and them came. Even though the police hopped in their cars and ran away, but it should have been a whole bunch of them.
But let me ask you this, Jay Prince. Black men like you are disorganized and
I
cannot
can
even
respect that,
organize
yeah.
yourself to take orders from other black men. Because the black men who can lead and guide a bunch of guys like you probably wouldn't respect them anyway. See, that's part of the problem with Black America is that Black America, not only the woman, but the men are out of order. We don't
Yes.
respect order. We don't respect it from anyone. That's why I see so many times on these panels when one black man realizes that he can't win an argument, he insults the other black man to trigger him, to get him to go to the ground where he feels he has superiority.
I think that comes from being raised by women.
Regardless of how it's, see, I don't believe in that. Once you turn 25 years of age as a man, you're responsible for your reactions
Not
and your
necessarily,
actions.
Mr. Lee. You know why?
Regardless of how your parents raised you. Because no parent can raise you so good that they know everything. They can prepare you for the world. But once you become okay, Mandrill, cool. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. What's up, Jay Prince?
Okay.
What's up, man, Drew? What's up, Hank? Miss Lee, let me just say this real quickly. The thing is this. The reason I say we was raised by women, that's been kind of like the downfall of black men, because a lot of, like, I didn't know that a lot of my behaviors and a lot of stuff, the mindset that I used to have, come from being raised by women. A lot of black men that was raised by women don't really realize the way they act, how all emotionally ready to attack one another, won't attack nobody, the man, but we attack each other. All of that stuff comes from being raised by women. And it took me all of these years to figure out, like, damn, yes, I'm a man, a black man, but I got a female mindset. Maybe because I got that female mindset because I was surrounded with nothing but women. They can't teach me how to be a warrior. They can't teach me how to be, they're going to teach me to be submissive. They're going to teach me, boy, don't go starting on stuff because they can get you. They can get you. No, a man going to teach me to say, that motherfucker fuck with you. If he hit you, you hit his ass back. A woman going to teach me to submit if they feel like they can't win the fight.
But those same black men, excuse me, those same black men are very violent, just the same. The thing is, one of the things is that it's not so much that they're raised by women, is that they don't have any male influences in their life to balance off all the female energy that they received, all that feminine uh, familiarity that they pick up from women. Because children learn by observations. What they see the parent do, they mimic or imitate. As they get older, what they see their friends do, they mimic and they imitate. So by the time they become a teenager, now there's a bunch of guys in the neighborhood who mimics women through a male body.
Yes.
But you've surpassed that, and you've overcome that female-like mindset from what you said. But now it seems like you have pent-up anger and frustration. You need to go past that now. That's the next challenge for you, because once you get past the anger and frustration, it clears your mind so you can think better. Because your response, it seems like, and it seems to be a recurring theme about you, is that you think killing the white man is the way to resolving that. And the reality is, the military, I mean, not the military, but the police department, SWAT is semi-military. They can roll up into any black community and shoot for real. Not bean bags, not water pellets, literal bullets. They can machine gun and cut whole houses down. They could drop a bomb on a project and wipe out all the buildings.
I think maybe that need to happen though. Maybe I'm tired of them. I'm tired of living under that fear. Maybe they need to really do that, and we need to do what we have to do.
Jay, my point is, when you think like that, you don't think how to win an encounter. You just want to be a martyr. That's what you want to be. You're not thinking about the women and children, next generation, and them growing up. You're thinking in your own frustration now, and you believe because you're dead and no longer in this world suffering, that is a good thing. But what about the children and the women, the young boys and the young females who have to grow up now in a society where 30% of the men was killed, slaughtered? Who protect them? Who protect the generation that's coming? You're not going to be there. The men that followed you won't be there. Who's going to be there? And now, by seeing that, I mean, perfect example, right? When America dropped those 2 bombs on Japan, the war was almost over. Japan was losing, and it was weeks away for them to come to the table to negotiate a peace. You know why America dropped those 2 bombs?
Wow.
Because they wanted a decisive win, and they wanted to put the Japanese in no power ability to negotiate anything. These are our terms. Take it or leave it. That was the purpose of those 2 bombs. They made the Japanese leader powerless. It's no different than what's going on in this space with black men and black women. BGS have stated it, and other men have stated it time and time again. The black women have already lost, but they're still trying to negotiate. The only way is to have a decisive win. No, we can't drop a bomb on black women, and that's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is, or what I'm saying is, when 20% of the high-value economic men leave them alone, it'll have the same effect as an atom bomb. Destitute women with 20% of the top men not being able to provide them no economy, no protection, no children for the next generation, they will suffer. And the next generation of women, hopefully, will learn from that bomb. And the brothers that are SYSBM, you see, like Logic. I watched Logic say something the other night, and it kind of took me for a loop for a minute. And very few things do that to me. But he said something. He said, you know, I want a family. I want more kids. I want a wife. And when he said that, that struck me. You know why? That is the reason why he's been single the way he is. That is why he said, I want a woman come to his house naked and barefooted. because what he's saying is that I'm going to be in total control of my life and your life and that protection. And the problem is that women see that as some type of an abuse. But when a man wants children, it's something that drives him. And logic right now is speaking up very heavily for black women and for black families. But the clock is on him too. 10 years from now, when he's in his 50s going into his 60s, that clock is going to look like it's only 1 minute to midnight. And if sisters ain't got their shit together, see, what sisters don't realize, as long as black men are talking and yelling and screaming and talking about changing your ways, there's hope. Once they shut up and ain't saying nothing no more, game over. And SYSBM men are saying, we're not trying to change you. You can stay just the way you are. We're moving on. And when guys like Logic, if Logic take a trip overseas next year, I mean, he know what these women are like, but in South America, let's say, Brazil or Colombia, one of those places, if he takes some time and spend 2-3 weeks, not for sex, because it's not like you got to chase sex, just to hang out, meet the people, eat some of the food, admire the culture, familiarize yourself with the history of the country, that interaction is going to fuck his head up. And it's going to be like a virus in the back of his head, waiting to take him over. Because that which he's waiting on, the way black women are behaving in America, is seeming further and further and further away. And there's going to come a day when Logic is not going to be saying shit in the chat, when he ain't going to be yelling and screaming at these women anymore. And when he stopped doing that, that's when the woman's going to know that he's gone. He's gone, because if he wants a family, and he can afford it, he makes a ton of money, and he's a very intelligent man. When he stopped talking, that's when the situation changed on the ground for black women. And more men who are speaking up for them, they don't like what they say and how the way they say it. Women got to get that shit out of their head about how men talk. Men talk the way we talk. You talk the way you talk. Stop trying to make men talk like you. And what I'm trying to get you to understand, Jay Prince, is there's always another way. But right now, in your anger and in your frustration, you think jumping on the grenade or tossing the grenade is the best outcome. No, it ain't. For you, because you won't be here no more. But for everybody else that live, it's going to be hell on earth. And I think you're not... Do you play chess?
I played a little bit of it.
You need to learn the game, because understanding outcomes is what chess is all about. Dominating the opponent and setting him up to make the moves you want him to make psychologically. Setting traps. You don't know how to do that. You just react and punch everything in front of you, or shoot everything in front of you. That's your solution. That's barbaric. Not to say that it can't come to that, but we solve all of our problems at the barrel of a gun with each other, and we think it's going to solve our problems with white people. Whatever gun you could shoot them with, just remember, they made it. They made it. And whichever model you have, they got the model that you don't even know about yet. So you really need to assess how you want black men to be better, to be more accomplished, and to be more powerful and effective in the community of black people. And by the end of a bullet or a gun is not always the way. It shouldn't be the first option. It should be the last option. I'm not saying it shouldn't be an option. I'm just saying it shouldn't be the first option. You can speak.
I agree with everything you're saying, Miss Lee. But my thing is this: I no longer want to be in this world if I got to continue to lay on my knees. And I think
How are you laying on your knees? Okay, let me rephrase that. If the black man was in charge of 5 states in the United States, how do you think those states would run?
I think initially it would be messed up, but
What does
that
that mean? Give
it would
clarity to messed up.
it would be chaos because of the mindset.
Okay,
We not
what kind
we
of
not.
chaos do you think we would see?
It could be violent,
Okay,
all kinds of stuff because we not used
and
to having that much
who will the
power.
violence be perpetrated against?
Each other,
Okay, but who specifically of each other?
black men and black
No,
women.
well, yes, I'm saying it's 5 states that are run and controlled by black men. Who
Uh-huh.
would the violence be perpetrated against? Primarily,
The women.
no, the leaders.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Black men have a problem with leadership
That's what I'm saying.
and
Initially,
following leadership. So they would kill off all the men that knows how to run a society that's smart. Then the chaos that you talk about, that's what will be left.
I think we should. Even though that could be true, but we got to start somewhere. We can't continue running from all of these good, better ideas because the ideas that we've been taught to live is we still living. We still living
Jay,
this damn near the same way we lived since we've been over here.
What I would suggest to you, I'm not sure what your financial state is. If you can take off a month, choose one country in Africa and go live there for 1 month. Any country. Well, I would say exclude South Africa. Any other country besides that one. Because you need to get a perspective on what's the real dynamics in black leadership in other countries. Because I think you have a romanticized idea of what black leadership would look like for black people in America. In Africa, things are handled with machete. Disagreements, people get chopped up. You see a lot of people walking around with one arm. Yeah. If you steal, you get chopped at the wrist. If you do it twice, you get chopped at the elbows. If you see a guy walking around with no arms up to his elbows, he got caught stealing 4 times. You don't understand how the world operates outside of America. It's a very scary place to live, even in Africa. And I was there for 5 months. I was in Africa in Kokori, I was getting ready to go there the same day when they had the military coup and the overthrow in 2010. And fortunately, I knew some of the border guards, and they sent me in. And I was with this white guy. He was where is he from? Belgium or someplace? Belgium. Because it was his car. And the military told us, you don't want to go over there right now. Revolution is just starting. And when they have revolutions in Africa, doesn't matter what tribe you in, they're going to be some hacking up of people. You just better hope that you're on the side that win and you don't get hacked up. The world outside the United States is extremely violent, bro. Extremely violent. Countries that are run by black people, countries that are run by other white people, countries that are run by Latino people. Yo, there are places on this planet, India, Southeast Asia, well, I don't want to mention countries, but people might think I'm slandering their country. That's not my intention. My intention is to educate you and those who are listening. As bad as America is, and I know a lot more about America than probably you do. As bad as America is, right now, you're safe. You're extremely safe. And trust me, you wouldn't want to live with your 3 girls in certain countries outside of America, especially when everybody is black just like you do, and you belong to no tribe. How long you think you're going to last in a confrontation? And over there, they don't care about your wife. A woman, they'll chop a woman up as easy as they'll chop a man up. They'll sell your kids into slavery and think nothing about it. See, there's a world America is a bubble for black people. You need to get out. Spend some time outside the United States and see how the rest of the world live. You know why the Afghanis took back Afghanistan like a day after America left? Read the history on Afghanistan. No country has ever conquered them. Their terrain is the roughest terrain on the planet. Those mountains are grueling. And those men are hard men. They live life hard. And I think you need depth. You need depth of knowledge. That's why I say right now, you're in the anger stage of understanding what the black community and that society have done to you. But you can't stay, just like red pill rage, right? You can't stay in the rage phase forever. And in where you are, you're in the rage of the gynocracy rage. You need to come out of that. You need to now, how can you say, deconstruct everything and then rebuild it with new perspectives. And the only way you can do that is with other men who have gone through it, who have more experience that can educate you. And that's part of what Sage Talk is all about. I want to give men perspective because we tend to always think short term. We don't plan a century ahead. America planned a century ahead. We don't think like that because we think short term. We like to throw ourselves on the grenade. Martyrdom is a thing in Black America. We need to lose that crap. Martyrdom is not the real way to succeed in life. Let me bring up John the Baptist. You could come and respond to what I said. And then, hey, John the Baptist, welcome to Sage Talk, brother. 1 second, let Jay respond to me, and then you can add to the comment. But Jay, you missed the earlier part of the presentation, and I talked about men being submissive, but part of that conversation, I listed 10 traits of men who are confident. And I want you to tell me what are your 3 best traits out of these 10? And let me read them off to you. Traits of confident men. They don't seek approval from others. They are decisive. They recognize when they make a mistake. They don't worry about things outside of their control. They persevere. They're not easily offended. They focus on their strengths. And I'm going to add this part because it wasn't in there, not their weaknesses. They take initiatives and they speak with authority. And the last one, they are responsible. Which traits for you are your top 3 traits?
I think I only got but one, and that was the first one.
You're not influenced by others.
Right.
Okay. So you got work to do. And all of those things are mental training. They're not physical training. They're mental training. You know, one of the things I liked about New York City, they used to have this school called the Learning Annex. And you could pay $25 virtually to learn anything. And they would have professors and top CEOs of companies come in and do, block teaching. They would teach 2 or 3 classes on that subject. And then, they have one professor that teach the whole course, but they always have guest professionals that come in that are experts in the field to add to it. So whatever you wanted to learn, you can learn. And it was an easy way to build your knowledge outside of universities. And I don't know if that exists where you live, but you need, or online, but you need to find avenues where you can upgrade your thinking to a different level, because right now you're operating in a beastly state. You think violence is the solution to all things. Violence is a capacity that all men have. But at the state of where we're in society, it's no longer like 2,000 years ago where everything was handled by the edge of a sword. Today, you need to learn how to negotiate things. You need to know how to circumvent people. You need to be able to not react to everything someone said just because it sounds insulting. Sometimes people pushing your buttons deliberately to move you out of position. And black men are very good at that because that is an emotional tactic. Females do that. And you can't be triggered. You can't let people know what are your weaknesses, because when they do, they will use it against you. And your weaknesses are easy to determine. And you can easily be played by men of higher knowing. They will play with you. They will mess with your head. They will cause you to kill yourself. You know, we used to have a saying on Wall Street in my office. You're going to run out into the road. And that's like a saying, why did the chicken cross the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows why. But usually when they cross the road, they get run over by a truck. They don't make it. So we used to have a saying, don't run out into the road. What you like to do is run out into the road. You're going to get smashed. Think your way. There's a solution. Think your way to the solution and you can win. Reposition other people. Manipulate them. Don't let your emotions get you to react. You need to learn how to act, not react. Okay, John the Baptist, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Doing great, Mr. Lee. How you doing this evening?
I'm good. I'm good.
I will admit I'm late to the program, but I'm enjoying the content thus far. When I came in, as you was talking about men thinking ahead and playing, using chess to prove your point. That's a great. That was a great analogy, because if you do play chess, one thing that chess teaches you how to do is strategize, and it teaches you how to recognize what you have ahead and what you have control over, and it teaches you how to make plans and strategy. Most men who don't play chess and who don't have a family, it shows.
Absolutely.
Because they don't know how to use their resources, and they don't know how to lead their families. And so I think it's a great analogy as you made that point.
And to add to that is they don't know what to sacrifice. They
Correct.
think all things are equal. And on a chessboard, all things are not equal. Go ahead.
They're not. And I agree with that. So it's like, as I was listening to you, like my wife and I just celebrated 27 years this past week of marriage. And I can remember as a young man starting out, there are some things I had to learn, some things I didn't know. But
Right.
as I lived years and began to, lead my wife and began to lead my kids, and then I began to learn. It was like, well, you have to plan for the future, not only just for yourself, but for the next generation after you, and your grandkids, and your great grandkids. I only have grandkids yet, but the idea is I'm thinking ahead, and chess and life has taught me that. I think more men need to understand that strategy, because you realize, like you said, what's more important.
And it's good that you say that, because as black men, the only generation we usually think of is the one that we see right in front of us, our immediate children. We never think about our children's children's children.
Mm-hmm.
100 years from now, what foundation you're going to leave for your children to build on, that 100 years from now, they will be in position of power to be running shit.
That's
See,
correct.
other nations, when they come to America, that's how they think. And one of the problems I think with our black community being run by women is because women don't understand that. They spend everything now because they're emotional.
Correct. Correct.
They don't invest. You give them $1 million, 3 months, gone. They don't invest for the future. Every woman that collects child support should open up a 529 college fund, tuition fund. Go to the bank. You could do that at any bank. Go to the financial advisor department, and you can open up a 529, and you can deposit a percentage of whatever you get monthly into that. You do that for 18 years or 15 years, 12 years, 10 years. You'll have a good portion of that money for your kid to go to college or to invest in something. If he doesn't go to school, you could just give him that money to invest in something. Maybe he wants to take a trade. He could pay for his training for his trade. But our women don't think that way. They think for the immediate pleasures of themselves. And it's usually fashion related or beauty related, things that are transient.
Mr. Lee, can I ask you a question? Maybe to the panel too as well.
Sure.
You spoke earlier, just a few seconds ago, as I was speaking. You talked about not knowing what to value. As far and chess kind of teaches you that as well. In your experience, and I guess most of the men, the panel can ask this question too. But in your experience, what in life taught you what to value and how to value it?
I would say really it was my grandfather and my grandmother. They really helped me to get a good foundation on life early and family early, because I grew up poor, like many of all of us have. But I think the biggest thing that affected me was the death of my father when I was young. And the first thing that taught me, like I hear sometimes people lose a parent and they blame the parent for dying. That is cuckoo.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I learned from that experience, because my father worked building maintenance, the first thing I knew is that I would never lift anything heavier than a pencil. I was going to be an educated man, and I was going to use my brain to make money. I was not going to do labor ever. That was the first thing I learned at a very young age. When I got out of the university and I first started to work, my first job was not all that. But my second job, I got an engineering position. And what I learned from that was perseverance. Because my first job, I was making $11,000 an hour. 1980, June of 1980, I got that job. In 6 months, I got a $2 raise, which was an additional $4,000. 6 months later, I was promoted to chief checker. I was a draftsman. And because I had such a good eye to be able to catch errors, even when I'm not looking for it, but when I'm deliberately looking, I don't miss shit. One day, the boss of the regional manager of the company came by because we were on a production scale. I worked in nuclear engineering, and we had to send a number of drawings every week, had to go out to construction. But I was stopping so many drawings because I wouldn't put my signature on it, and I sent it back for revision to the engineering department, that the lead engineer was pissed with me. And the regional boss came over, they had a meeting, and when they came out of that meeting, they said, nothing leave this office unless Lee signs it. There were 35 engineers. It was like a big boardroom. 35 engineers, and there were 10 of us in the drafting department. 6 months after that, I requested a designer position. They sent me out into the field. They told me 6 months. I was there for 4 years. When I got there was how I got to be making, within my first year, I was making $107,000 a year. I was working 6 days, 12 hours a day. Back then, I think I was making around $30 an hour, time and a half, anything over 40, double time over 50, plus you get meals. I got per diem. But what that showed me, besides perseverance, is that ask for what you want. I was in an environment with nothing but white people. I was the only black person there. There were Egyptians, East Indians, Koreans, Japanese, some of my best friends that I met in business there were from England, a bunch of UK guys. I was the only black person. But I kept my head down, work hard, and every 6 months I asked for a promotion till I got what I wanted. That's confidence in yourself and your abilities. So I learned at a very young age that I had a certain level of confidence in me because I assess things extremely fast in my mind. Sometimes my mind moves faster than my mouth. But I would say, to your question, be determined. Know where you want, what you want, go for it, and don't be afraid to ask for what you want. People gonna tell you no, but you know what? I had very few no's in my life from white people. And this is one of the reasons why I push back so hard with Jay Prince, because your experience with white people is not my experience with white people. And I've worked 30 years or so amongst white people. I have competed with them and I have beat them most of the times. And when I didn't, we compete at similar levels. When I was on Wall Street, I was number one, number two, or number three. Never was I less than a number three top producer in the firm. And most times in my first 6 months there, I set the biggest revenue income for the firm in the first 3 years of the firm being open. So I think that you have to know what it is that you're going for, and you have to have a sense of confidence in yourself. So if anybody else wants to add something to that question.
I can concede with that. I can be honest. My experience with white people never really been bad.
So why do you have so much pent up anger?
It comes from as I'm growing and I'm starting to look at everything and when I think about how
Richard say Mr. Lee is capping. Well, all I would say is that's a big cap.
When I think about how women treat us and all this other good stuff, I'm not really saying, because I had to be honest. I know white people, Puerto Rican people, Mexican people that I'm actually cool with in real life. That I'm cool with. I don't hate them. I just don't believe in, like, because they not afraid of blacks. Everything that we say, what we have to do to work around them, they don't have to come up with them strategies with black people. They don't have to say that's nowhere to fight. They not worrying about. They can commit a murder right in front of us, and they don't have to worry. They don't have to worry. They don't have to run from us. They don't have
because they run shit.
Right. And matter of fact,
if black people were in charge and they were the subordinate in our society, the laws will be flipped to benefit us the same way.
Right, but no race of men has to run from us.
Well, that's because that has to do with how we carry ourselves and not how white people deal with us.
Can I say something to that too, Jay Prince, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
My short, although I'm only 48. My experience is, I'll come to find out if you're confident in yourself, I don't worry about what anybody else is doing. I set my eyes on what I want to go to, and I go forward. Because we all have a mouth, and we all have an exit for the food to come out of. So we can make excuses. We can take in, we want to take in and make excuses, whatever we will make excuses for. But if you really want something, you don't care what's going on around you. You just you observe what you see, but then you go for what you want. There's always going to be excuses.
Okay, absolutely. I want to just address KG Yateman. Says anger is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think anyone is saying that anger is a bad thing, but misplaced anger is very dangerous, because that's like a man have a bad day on his job. His boss made him have to do something over that he already did again the first time. He's frustrated. He's angry. When he leave work, he goes downstairs to the bar, have a few drinks. Then when he come home, soon as his woman say something that he doesn't like,
he beat her up.
Pop, he beat her up.
Yeah.
See, that's
Misplaced
misplaced anger.
Misplaced anger.
Misplaced anger is dangerous. Go ahead, Jay.
Right, and that's a prime example of what I'm saying. Instead of beating up his boss, he beat up his wife.
But you see, now he has a family, he has a wife, he has 2 or 3 kids. The solution that you would say is beat up the boss. The boss didn't really do anything to you. There's a standard for production or whatever the work was. You didn't meet it, so he told you to meet the right standard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. Now, you might feel that he's picking on you, but what if the boss wants to promote you and he's training you in a very difficult way, because different men train differently. Not all men train in a soft way. Not all men explain their intent of what they want to do. He may have a plan for you in 6 months, so he's taking you to the courses. But because you don't know what is his end goal, you see it as though he's picking on you. I have been there, and I have done it to others because I learned it that way, and I found out in the end it was a good training tactic. And you know what you find out? You also find out the character of the man. Does he really having good leadership ability means that you have good following ability also. You can take orders and do it and check your emotions, regardless of how you might feel about it, because 9 times out of 10, when you get to the real conclusion, he actually had a benefit for you and not the reverse. It's like when I used to teach, a lot of my students used to always want to ask me, Mr. Lee, who's your favorite student? Who's your favorite student? I told them, I said, no one. And they didn't believe me. I said, you don't want to be my favorite student because you would work twice as hard as all the other students. I will set a bar for you. You can't get nothing less than a 95. Your assignment's got to be turned in at least 24 hours before it's due. You have to explain everything thoroughly and you have to cite your sources. In my 8 years, I only had one student, and it was a young boy. He was considered the smartest kid in the school that took the challenge. And he met it for one semester. So what I'm saying is that sometimes people do things that you don't always know what their end goal plan is. And if it's not physically abusing you, and it's particularly if it's on a job, pressure can build you, but pressure can break you. I learned that from working in a pipe systems in nuclear. I don't care if the pipe is a 1-inch pipe or the pipe is a 6-foot pipe diameter. You put it under enough pressure, it will rupture. It will bust. So you tend to put yourself in a situation where you get hot-headed quick, the pressure builds up fast, the frustration overwhelms you, and your way of letting off steam is to explode.
Basically,
and when
a
you
weak
explode,
man.
Say again?
Basically, I paint a picture of myself like as a weak man.
You're weak mentally. You may be strong physically, but you're weak mentally. And men with superior mental power would beat you in a combat situation.
Strategy.
I can agree to that.
Okay. So what I'm
Strategy.
saying is that you have a lot of passion behind the things that you say. You need to learn new skills, how to resolve complex situations, especially if you want to benefit Black people and Black women, as you say. You can't sacrifice yourself and leave them unprotected if your goal is to protect them.
Truth.
So, John, I had listed 10 things that, 10 traits that makes a man, that confident men display. Do you remember them, or do you want me to review them?
You can review them, please. If you don't mind reviewing them.
Okay, sure. Starting with the first one, and they're not in any particular order. I didn't do it that way. I just listed them. The first one is confident men don't seek approval from others. They are decisive. They recognize when they make a mistake. They don't worry about things that's outside of their control. They persevere. They're not easily offended. They focus on their strengths, not their weaknesses. They take the initiative. They take the initiative. They speak with authority, and they are responsible. Which of those, pick 3 of those things, those 10 traits that you believe best exemplifies you?
Take initiative.
Okay.
I think I heard something about don't make excuses. I think I'm not gonna.
Well, actually, it was don't worry about the things you can't control.
So honestly, it's just like over the years, I think I've become better at all of them. But now the one that I do the most, I know, is just don't make excuses. Well,
Right.
take initiative. Take initiative.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember the order. I can't remember.
Authority, decisiveness. Don't worry about the things that other people think of you.
I do not. I learned how to take authority. That's take authority when something needs to be done. Take authority. That's not a problem either. And then I'm quick to react, so that would be decisive too as well. But honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. Just over the years, as you mentioned the list, not trying to be facetious, but as you going over the list, I think I've become better at all of them over the years. When I was
Okay.
younger, there was some I struggled at tremendously.
But what would people at face value, without knowing you, pick up about you? What would they see that they would be able to recognize of those traits in you immediately? Because they all have different levels of
take initiative. Well, the strongest one would be take initiative.
Okay, so that's the first thing, because that was the first thing you said.
Yeah,
okay.
take initiative, most definitely.
Take an initiative. Okay, what else? Let me thumb through them again so you can.
I'm trying to remember the list. It's hard. I didn't remember the list because it was nothing I felt was weak.
Can you put that list in the back chat, Mr.
Yeah,
Lee?
put it so I can see it. Put it where I can see it.
Sure. Actually, I put it in the I put it in the regular chat before. I can only post 5 at a time because it has a quantity.
So you put it in the chat?
I'll put it in the back chat. I'll put it in the back chat so that way you can get them all.
I think I don't be making no excuses in real life.
I'm going to the chat to look for it.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me put it in the back chat. Okay, there it is.
Most definitely do not seek approval of others. Don't need anyone else's permission. I mean, orders or approval, if anything.
Okay. But focus on the ones that you think at first glance, that people would just automatically pick up about you.
Yeah, number one. Number 3, I recognize when I make mistakes.
Okay.
And number 6, I'm not easily offended.
Okay. So you're tough-skinned.
Correct. 1.
That's a good character. That's a good characteristic to have because it doesn't leave you open for manipulation easily through your emotions.
Yes, correct. Those are 1, 3, and 6.
Okay. And many black men get played so easily through their emotions. You know, a lot of us, we do it to each other in this space a lot. I notice guys do that when they're in a conversation or a dialogue or arguing back and forth and they're losing the argument, they'll attack the individual.
Hey, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
I think I used to, well, I don't think I used to be thick-skinned, but what the downside of that, how it negatively affected me, it made me passive aggressive. Even though people could threw shots at me and I used to either laugh it off or won't let it affect me. But when I go home or something, I think about it, and it actually hurted me the more I thought about it.
But
It made
let me
me
ask
passive
you:
aggressive.
did you recognize what they did when they did it, or did you not recognize it?
A lot of times, no, I did not. No, I didn't. But sometimes I did recognize.
Then that's not.
I
I
used to,
mean, that's not really passive aggressiveness, and that's why I say sometimes it's like people that have big vocabulary, they tend to do that also. They tend to use their vocabulary to insult people
to insult
and
people.
use words that they don't even know, and they don't even know they're being insulted until much later.
Hmm.
Because you didn't know, it's not really passive aggressive. Is what happened. You get frustrated later when you find out what really happened.
It been times where I knew, but
Okay.
to save, to be this peacemaker and also a people pleaser, and I wanted everybody else. I used to want everybody else to, you know, feel good and all this other stuff. So I would take everybody else beating, not physically, but verbally, mentally, and emotionally, and make everything just peaceful. But when I went home, I wasn't peaceful. I wanted to
Well,
retaliate.
right.
I wanted
Right.
to
So you took
retaliate.
out your frustrations on others.
No, I never really took it out on others.
Oh, okay. You didn't.
Because to me, I think that's a punk move to do that. Because
Okay.
if I'm gonna do something,
I must have misinterpreted what you said.
yeah, it wasn't that I was it'd be like I go home and I think about it like, man, I should have said this to him, or I should have did this. I should have never let that, slide like that. And I hold on to that for a long time. Then I continue to go around that person just so that person can give me some more stuff to go home and be mad about. Then before you know it, I blow up at them aggressively.
The problem is that you didn't learn techniques how to get revenge. See, one of the things about being tough skinned is that because someone may say something and you don't react to it, it doesn't mean that you didn't get the message. See, when someone say something to trigger you, they want you to react in your emotion because they know they got the home field advantage. Once you do that, you're going to blow up, you're going to yell, you're going to make threatening words or gestures. And in today's world, it's going to be caught on camera. He's going to use that against you. But no one saw what he said, heard what he said. They saw your reaction.
Correct.
But if you're thick-skinned, you don't react now. You plan how you're going to react, when you're going to react, and then you get them later. It's like when I was young, when my kids were young, right? And they did something that I warned them not to do and they did it anyway. I told them, you got a whipping coming. And it'd be like 2 weeks before I whip them for it. One, that was a discipline for me because my mother was very emotional and she used to whip me when she's angry. And then she would pace up and down the house, get more angry, come back and whip me again for the same thing. That used to piss me off. I'm like, you already beat me already. So what I did was I always gave myself a cool down period with my kids. So I would wait 2 weeks and then I would say, hey, you remember 2 weeks ago when you did this? Go get the belt. They'd be looking at me like, what the? I'm like, go get the belt. And then I can discipline them for the event, what they did, not because of how what they did made me feel.
Feel right.
I disconnected my emotions from the situation. And I think you need to learn how to move in that way from a mental state.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also, but once you become adapt, then when somebody say or do something to you, you can insult them in a public forum using words that they don't understand and make a fool out of them.
and be more assertive. Like it wasn't so much like I was being aggressive on people. It was times that I got physical, but a lot of times it was more like if people say something wrong, like if I go around certain family members and they got a habit of saying the wrong thing just to piss you off, because they used to do that, and I used to laugh stuff off. And I realized, like, man, I'm not standing up for myself, even though I don't got to put my hands on them, but I could tell them how I really feel. So after so long, when they say the wrong things, I quickly check them, and I also let them know, like, this is not we're not going to if we're not going to continue no relationship where you always trying to put me down or trying to make me feel like I'm beneath you and I got to look up to you like I'm a little I and it's a big old you. No, that's not how we gonna roll. We gonna roll with a lot of respect. And if you don't want
Well,
respect, well, you go your way and I go my way. I learned how to be more assertive.
okay. Well, assertion is good. It's a good skill. It's a good quality to have. Uh, One thing I would say, especially if you're dealing with family and your parents, when you're trying to check your family on something, you don't want to do it with your voice raised. That's when you drop your voice low. Because when you drop your voice low, it communicates the sensitiveness of what you're going to say. It makes them have to listen more acutely, and it also tells them that you're serious. Like, I'm the kind of guy, I don't like repeating myself. I say it once. That's me. I rarely repeat myself. I don't like doing that. That's why, like, even in this space, when men come here and they start saying not all, not all, not all women, I check them on that. If you didn't use the word all, don't defend yourself from a word that you didn't know, that you didn't use for an accusation. That you can't be in control of what someone interprets from what you say. You can be responsible for the words that you say. So if you didn't use the word all, you can't accuse me of the word all and then have me defend something that I never said. Women do that a lot. They always say, not all women. I never said all women.
They do
So
that.
you have to learn how to talk to women when you're talking to women.
Yeah, they know you don't mean all, but they try to manipulate you.
Well, they use that to
Argument.
get you to backtrack
Yeah.
your statement and to apologize.
Yeah.
Apologize is a form of humbling you.
Yeah.
Women are good at that because women are very good at manipulative tactics. When you live in the emotional realm, that's a realm of manipulation. Logic is more a realm of action, confidence, assertiveness, directness. That's how logic moves. Whereas manipulation, you don't always see it coming. It's like if you ever had female dogs, right? Male dogs, when they attack you, they're going to come straight at you. Female dogs are going to circle around behind you and try to bite you from the back of your legs and take out your Achilles. That's how they bring down their prey. So women do the same thing. They go in a roundabout way to get to what they want to do. They don't come at you direct. So, these are things that you learn and tactics that you learn. I used to have a very large library of books and I lost it years ago when I went bankrupt. I lost a lot of stuff. But I'll see if I can remember one or two books. I bought so many things on Amazon. They probably have a history of some of my purchases. If I could find one or two things, maybe in the next stream, I'll mention one or two books that might be helpful for you to be able to develop more tactical mental tactics in disarming people, dealing with people who tend to want to be manipulative or people that want to trigger you emotionally to get you to overreact, people that like to try to insult you, things of that nature. All those are feminine, female tactics to get you off balance. And black men, we're good at that. And that's probably because many of us were raised in female centric homes.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there was a man there, the man was not assertive. So you never got the balance. You got more of the female's behavior. So a lot of us over the past decades have have a buildup of that in us. But I'm not like that. Anybody else have something they want to add? Coming down to the hour, it's almost 4 hours into the stream. I told Gerald I will keep it around 4 hours because Amira comes up next, and I want to make sure she has enough time for her show. 1 second. Let me bring up Trigger Mike because I see him in the back chat wanting to come up.
And you know I start at
Hey, Trigger Mike. Go ahead, Gerald. I mean, go ahead, Jay Prince.
You know I start at 7:32, Mr. Lee.
Say again?
I start at 7:30 today.
Oh, you have a show?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. I'm going to tune in.
Pookie in the brain?
Yeah. A lot of people may enjoy it.
You know, it's funny you say, hey, Trigger Mike, it's funny you say that because
Pookie in the brain.
The brain always want to take over the world. And that is Jay Prince. That is his talk all the time. He's always looking to take over.
Well, Jay Prince the Pookie. He's the Pookie. He's not the brain.
Yeah, he's the Pookie.
This should be his alter ego. This should be
okay.
Pookie version, Jay Prince, and then the deep version that be letting out all the profound statements.
Both personalities within one.
And I don't want to kill no white people, y'all, to the chat. I don't want y'all to take me to jail for that.
Well, they can't take you to jail for something that you said in humor, right?
Right.
Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, Trigger Mike, go ahead. Give me your contribution because you were up here early, I believe.
Oh yeah, I was just coming through. I was on the computer. No, I'm just listening. It's an extra good conversation. You know, just wanted to poly with the good brothers.
Appreciate it. But I will say this, right? You know, as black men, we have to become more assertive in how we deal with people. And we need to learn how to act instead of react. And when you're dealing particularly with your woman, your wife, your girlfriend, your sister, your mom, you know, a good book I would suggest right now, learn the Socratic method. It's a way of asking questions to break people down, to get to the essence of what they mean. If you learn the Socratic method, you can remove the emotions from what people are trying to get you to do. Because once you get them in the palm of your hands, then you flip it back on them. So and always repeat things. What you're saying is this, and what exactly do you want me to do? Do you want me to kill him? Or do you want me to pay the $3 for the potato chips? What are you asking? I mean, we know what happened to that young brother 3-4 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I was on there.
So, but if he was using his mind instead of his emotions, he would still be alive.
Learn how to lead and not follow.
Exactly.
So
many black men believe protecting a black woman means acting like a bull. They open the gate and you just charge at whatever is in front of you, and you don't stop until it's laying flat. The problem with that, sometimes you're the one laying flat.
Mr. Lee, we did a Bible study today with my family and I, and we used to actually, for the Bible study, I used the video of the young man who and his girlfriend got arrested while he was at the park that night. And I used that video as an illustration of the Bible study, and the Bible study was coming out of 1 Peter 3:7. We talked about do all people need to be protected? And
it was a question or a statement?
That was the statement of the Bible study. That was the point of the question. Do all women, all men need to be protected? Okay. And we had a very, very insightful conversation about that between, there's 2 males and 2 females in my family. And just to get a perspective on that conversation, man, it was eye-opening. Because no one saw the video except for myself. So I just played it, then we discussed it, and then went over the text around it.
John the Baptist, did y'all play the whole 37-minute video or the
I played 15 minutes of it.
Okay. And
the part where it got violent with her and the officer, so they can see what transpired. I take it, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And what was the outcome of some of the statements?
Yeah, give us some feedback.
So some of the feedback I got back today was one of the family members said that the young man should have protected. Okay, so two of us agreed that she didn't deserve protection all the way through, and then one of the statements was made. Well, the young man should have protected her from, just told her to sign, just sign it so we can go home. That was one statement that came out. Just sign it. He should have said, just sign it, protect her that way, absolving her from making decisions herself.
But check this out, right? And
Right.
I had freeze the video at that point when she was going back and forth with the officer. He
Correct.
was looking out at her through the corner of his eye, but he didn't say nothing. And what obviously was going through his mind was, sign the freaking thing.
Mm-hmm.
But because he's a submissive man,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't have it within him. He didn't have the personal fortitude, confidence, assertiveness, and arrogance. That's where arrogance is necessary, because
It is.
you don't want to hear shit. You can't question me.
Do
Sign
you
the
know?
goddamn thing.
Do you know the one thing you asked earlier that I forgot to say? And what he
Sure.
should have done in this? He should have took responsibility. Weren't they out there in that park because of him? So you should have said.
Well, we can't say that because we don't know
We
why
can
they
only
were there.
assume that.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
We
like,
know
hey,
they
hey,
were. Well,
don't
I
mouth
would
off
say
to
this.
the cop.
You
We
know
out
what? I
here,
agree with. Sorry, Trigger Mike. I do agree with you. I would say yes, they were there because of him, because he don't have the money to pay for a hotel.
Yep. So he should have assumed responsibility in the first place. And that's like a big, I think it's an overarching thing. It's not necessarily present and palpable in the immediate situation, but you taking responsibility for the circumstances you also put people in. You should have stepped in, took control, been assertive, and be like, nah, this not going down like that. Because that woman spouting off at the mouth will put him also in danger. So
Trigger
like,
Mike.
yeah, that's the way I move when it's like I have to take responsibility and be assertive, because this all came down to my decision making in the first place.
So Trigger Mike, question for you.
Yeah.
So I guess to the pound, how old do you think that young man was?
30.
He looked like he had a rough life, so I'll say about 40.
Nah, he was pushing a Honda Civic. He got to be 30.
That don't mean nothing. There's some broke old heads out here.
Nah, I'm just saying that's the tuner car. That's what they call them. Yeah.
So the reason I'm with Trigger Mike, the reason why I thought 30 because how he handled situations. He seemed like an inexperienced young man to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said 30. The car, the situation, being at the park after dark. That's something a 20, 30-year-old man would do.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Really? No, I beg to differ. That's something a teenager would do.
Okay, I would agree with you. I was trying to be agree with you.
You're trying to give him some grace, but he don't deserve it.
But
Jay Prince, what would you did? Said, would you took her to the hotel?
Going to the park to smooch is not what we should be doing in 2022 as a grown man.
I agree.
Well, I just learned that if you could catch you can get put on a sexual registry, a sex offender list, if you get caught with having sex in public.
Oh yeah,
kids and stuff around. If that wasn't the case,
indecent exposure.
Indecent exposure. I didn't know that you can actually catch a case and get put on a registry for that. But if that wasn't the case, that if you couldn't get put on a registry and all this other stuff, I mean, do y'all want me to lie or y'all want me to just
stop doing that, Jay? Just be honest. Be honest.
Oh, I think
we're men here.
Well, I'm fucking apart all the time.
Oh, okay, there you are.
But now I didn't learn that I could get put on a registry for that till a couple weeks ago.
But Jay Prince, you just
let me ask you, why did you do that?
It's like spiking up my relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, is that what we do?
Yeah, keep it spicy. You know, that's why y'all women run into niggas like me. You know, I'm just kidding.
Oh, damn.
Jay Prince, how old are you, Jay Prince?
Rub me down on the slide.
On this, if I give you my age, the way y'all thinking on this topic is embarrassing.
He's 30.
It's embarrassing.
But you know.
But Jay, why do you do it? Do you do it because of spice? Why exactly do you do that?
Like women like us, something to be spunky and spontaneous. Something just out the wham.
So
You know,
so
if you
Jay,
if
you
you
do whatever
into
the woman likes,
Okay,
right?
so drill some chains to your wall and some anchors and do that. Don't-
what if she take the key, you done pissed her off, and she let you be hanging there, then trigger mic.
Nah, so I go back to what
I
Mr.
didn't
Lee
know. I
said.
didn't know. Actually, I really didn't know that you could get put on the registry for that.
And that's why that young man, because he didn't know either. That's the problem with problem with lack of knowledge. If you don't know certain things, you can't lead anybody. He was not in a position to lead that young lady, and she was not in a position to listen because her attitude was like, "I'm not gonna listen," because she'd have listened, she never would have went to jail. All she had to do was just follow the young man's example. Although he wasn't a great leader.
If the law would have came, I was like, man, what you doing? Shut up, man. Sign that thing so we go home.
I'm gonna say this, that we could give teenagers a pass and maybe 18, 19 a pass.
Not no grown man.
Maybe even up to 20, right?
Not
But
a
if you're
30-year-old.
if you're 21 years of age and older, in every city in the United States, public parks have a closing time.
Most definitely, and they listed.
In New York City, it's 10 o'clock. In other states, it could be 9, 8. In Atlanta, it's late. It's 11. I think in modern day times today, if you don't have an apartment to take your woman and you can't afford to take her to a hotel, then you don't need to be having sex. Jerk off in the shower.
And I think a lot of men get tired. Well, I mean, a lot of men get upset when you say that, but that's taking it back to the old school. It's like, look, if you can't do this properly, you don't deserve a woman to begin with. So this is where all of this.
Well, because under patriarchy, you had to be a man and you had to be responsible.
Exactly.
And you were responsible for the woman and the children that she bears for you.
But we all know she was a hoe, man. That's why he's treated such. He knew she was a hoe. He treated
And
her like
most
a hoe.
men-
Jay
and
Prince,
most-
you would have treated you, Jay Prince.
Men,
I wouldn't necessarily say she a hoe. Well, some women like to get treated like a hoe during sex.
But there are places where you can take hoes.
Well, we can assume that she was
what
not
is
a
the right
lady.
way? But
She was not a lady.
That take away from the when you're doing everything by the book. It takes a lot of it away. Like for an example, back in the day, I remember, when women used to walk past, you smack them on their butt and they be, but you got to have some type of chemistry with it. You can't just smack strangers on the butt without having that connection.
Okay.
But it's been times where, like back then, women used to love that, but now,
oh damn,
you go to jail for that. And nowadays, the way how you approach women is almost impossible. You got to wait for the woman to offer the sex to you and all this other stuff without being accused that you just this sexually aggressive type of person.
That's
so a lot
true.
of stuff doesn't change back then to now.
No, I get you. You're right about that. But what I'm saying too is that if you want to spice it up, then you need to learn. You need to be in control, because when a situation goes left, you need to be calling the shots. You can't sit back and let the woman take leadership when women don't know jack about leadership. Especially when you're dealing with men of authority like that. That is a man that's got granted authority to arrest and to kill if need be. That's a situation as a man, you automatically got to be able to, okay, I see what's going on here. I got to handle this. If you know you got a kind of woman that likes to pop off at the mouth, you better shut the shit. I don't want to hear nothing out of you.
Mr. Lee,
you got to check her before shit gets started. Go ahead, man.
Yep. Mr. Lee, I'm to your credit. I don't think he knew her well enough.
He probably just met her.
I got that same vibe.
I ain't never seen the video. I'm just going off what y'all saying.
Yeah, I got the same vibe. But even still, it goes back to what Mr. Lee was saying. You did not deserve to have this woman out here. Then you didn't find her classy enough to even jump in. So it's a lot of different things that I think we can make assumptions about. You didn't find her classy enough to jump in and try to, I don't want to say be the hero of the situation, but you just let her go as if that's the secondary feeling I got from it. Like, you don't even know her that well. Like,
Mike, I told you what she was, though, my brother. She's a hoe.
And that's the thing. A lot of men today are very submissive.
Yeah.
It's like that guy with Andrew Tate, the gamer. He said, "Look, I ain't going downstairs to protect nobody.
Yeah.
We either gonna go together or I'm running."
You know,
And what
if,
that
if,
brother
I
did
don't
was
even.
like,
if
How
I was
can
a
he's
you
like,
woman,
expect
"Look,
somebody
you
to
don't."
shut mouth?
want to
He gave
respect
her
it,
the he gave her
it
the
would have never
apology
went
that
that
they
far.
say they want. He just shut up. See,
Yeah.
a masculine man would have just told her to shut the hell up and sign the paper.
It would have never went that far. If that was the
See,
woman he cared about, loved, and respect, it would have went that far. He
But
said he should have
even
pulled
if
out arms.
but Hank,
Why?
even if she's a freak that's out with you,
yeah.
and you could handle that situation. As a man, handle the situation. Deal with the dynamics of the relationship later.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
The way that woman behaved was
I
actually
wouldn't. She wouldn't been
offensive.
with me. She too loud and obnoxious for
Yeah.
me, Mr. Lee.
She's
When I was
bossy.
younger,
At a restaurant.
knowing the
She's bossy.
values that are instilled in me. When a woman used to behave like that, like let's say college, high school time, I would get offended, personally offended, because I realized that you're only doing this because I'm standing here. And you think I'm dumb enough to put myself in a situation where I'm going to go to jail for you. So it was offensive to me to have that situation happen because it's like, you're not going to beat this dude. And you expect me to jump in here? Like, I don't agree with everything women do in the name of fighting. First off, there is no situation that warrants a woman jumping in a man's face ever. Like that's not ladylike at all. You never come out of your feminine zone to confront a man in that way. So I think somebody said it a little bit earlier, like the first time she do it, I'm out. A woman should
I
never
said
step
that.
outside of herself. Yeah. The first time she do it, I'm out and I'm not messing with her no more. I've been like that since youth. The first time I saw that, I'm like, this is offensive. You think I'm dumb enough to cape for you after you stepped outside yourself? I guess you deserve this ass whooping because I'm not doing it.
Trigger Mike, I'm gonna take it further. I'm gonna root the police on lock her ass up, dog. In fact, I'm gonna help you hold her down. Cause I don't want this in my. You doing me? That police officer was doing that man a favor by locking her ass up, getting her out of her life. Maybe he could man up somehow and learn some type of leadership skills.
Absolute. And these men now, it is not like the gamer scenario that you gave, Mr. Lee. It is not even just their lack of masculinity, is their belief in femininity. Because women are telling them that they want to be equals. In the group, I was talking to somebody, telling them what I moonlight as a firearms instructor. I teach defensive tactics. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to be downstairs with my gun. You're going to be a liability. Stay your ass upstairs and protect those children. You're a liability if you come down here with me. Now they can grab you and use you against me. Like, women don't even understand that. Like, simple tactics.
That's
Stay
why
your butt up there and call the police. Do that.
That's why females in the military, it's not going to bode well if we really have a war where women have to fight, because men are going to be confused. When females start getting hit, men are going to lose their composure, their focus, and their training.
So
they're going to be trying to save some women when they need to be focused on the enemy firing back. One quick second, Bovia Franklin, welcome to the Green team. Thanks for becoming a member. Go ahead, Trigger.
Yeah, when they brought, so I'm a combat corpsman. All right, so I Navy, but I was attached to the Marine Corps. All right, FMF. And when they brought that talk out about females in the infantry, I actually had a big say-so in it, because the first thought I had is, what is my training? My training is to pull people out of the fight that are injured and put them back in the fight if I can. So I'm fireman carrying 260-pound men when I was around 200 even, right? Like learning how to fireman carry them, drag their bodies. The first thing I thought is, how is a woman going to do that? How she's an automatic liability. How is she going to do that? So then they kept pushing it forward. I said, if you are going to do this, it needs to be all female platoons only. Do not confuse the men or put the men in danger by letting female infantry members. You let the female infantry do whatever they want to do. They can drag each other all over the battlefield, but don't confuse the setup we have with the men out here. That will not work ever.
Well, they will never do that, because they know an all-female battalion would get wasted so fast.
Yeah, exactly. So it need not happen at all.
Anyway, guys, this was a long conversation. We've been on over 4 hours already. I want to thank you guys for coming up. John the Baptist, definitely grace us with your on the panel again whenever you feel like it. You're welcome. Trigger Mike, you're a staple here, so we know who you are. And Hank, likewise. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. The chat, definitely spirited conversation in the chat. I noticed today, very little trolling from what I saw. We're growing. My focus here on the Lapeef Network is really to add my perspective and see how we can get Black men to be more focused on the outcomes that they want, and what are some of the measures they can take to achieving it. And sometimes the training may just be self-development. And in those cases, if I can point you in the right direction, I've done half the battle for you. Okay? Everybody, have a great day. JR, if you're there, take us out. Thanks a lot.
Right on.